The hearing is now called to order once again. The subcommittee on energy will come to order now. Today, the subcommittee is holding a hearing entitled "The Clean Future at an Electric Transmission Delivering Clean Power to the People." Due to COVID-19 public health emergency, members can participate in today's hearing either in person or remotely via online video conferencing. Those who are not vaccinated and participating in person must wear a mask and be socially distant. Such members may remove their mask when they are under recognition and speaking from a microphone. Staff and press who are not vaccinated and present in the committee room must wear a mask at all times and be socially distanced. For members participating remotely, your microphone will be set on mute for the purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Please note that once you unmute your microphone, anything and everything that is said in Webex will be heard over the loudspeaker in the committee room and subject to be heard by live stream and C-SPAN. Since members are participating from different locations at today's hearing, all recognition of members, such as for questions, will be in order of subcommittee seniority. Documents for the records can be sent to Lino Pina Martinez at the email address we provided to staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the hearing. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement. Once again, good morning. Today, the subcommittee on energy convenes for a hearing on the Clean Future Act, as well as other legislation to address electric transmission and the delivery of clean, reliable power. As this subcommittee has discussed in great detail, the energy sector is the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S. Despite this fact, some of the greatest opportunities to address the threat of climate change are under the auspices of this sector. The generation of electricity and its delivery to consumers and businesses is undoubtedly essential to the U.S. economy. However, a 21st century clean energy economy necessitates additional planning and infrastructure investment to advance the large-scale delivery of clean energy in order to effectively cut greenhouse gas pollution and mitigate climate change. A fundamental instrument that is key to the broad deployment of reliable and affordable clean energy is electric transmission. Speaking frankly, we need a major expansion of the electric transmission system to establish a net zero clean energy economy. According to a report from Princeton University, the U.S. will need to triple the size of its current electricity transmission system in just 15 short years. Adding to this, the American Society Civil Engineers report that nearly 70% of the existing 600,000 circuit miles of transmission lines are half past their lifespan. Given these factors and the ongoing discussions about our nation's infrastructure, today's legislative hearing is tremendously important. This is particularly true as today's bills all take aim at addressing the build out of electricity transmission infrastructure to achieve our climate and clean energy goals. As a model, the Clean Future Act, which I take great pride in leading with Chairman Pallone and Chairman Tocco, will establish several policies to facilitate resilient and decarbonized electricity supply, all while enhancing federal authority to those ends through the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. It also supports the deployment of non-transmission alternatives that can put aside the need for additional transmission infrastructure. Today's legislative hearing also includes several other bills authorized by my esteemed subcommittee colleagues, which will help us achieve our clean energy goals. With that in mind, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from California, Congressman Peters.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time and for hosting this event. Electric transmission, as you said, is often overlooked, yet it's an essential component to addressing the climate crisis. Successfully siting interstate transmission lines is notoriously difficult, and it's in large part because of the burdensome and unworkable regulatory environment we face. I introduced the Power On Act to clarify the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's backstop siting authority for interstate transmission projects, while establishing a more inclusive engagement process with states, tribes, and property owners. And if enacted, the bill will accelerate the build out of clean energy, increase our power system's reliability, and lower the costs of electricity for consumers. It's been endorsed by key groups, including the Americans for a Clean Energy Grid, the American Clean Power Association, and the American Council on Renewable Energy. I'm grateful to the committee chairs for including language from the Power On Act and the Clean Future Act, and for collaborating closely with me and my staff on transmission policy more broadly, and invite my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in pushing for these important regulatory reforms. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now the chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Upton, for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Well, thank you, my friend, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witness for appearing before us, providing the testimony. It's nice to see someone in person here. I would note that I have, too, been fully vaccinated. I look forward to today's hearing to examine the challenges and opportunities to modernize our electric grid. However, I'd like to think that Congress could fix some of the most obvious needs. And instead of the majority's Green New Deal wish list, we ought to start with proven bipartisan issues. The committee ought to be focused on strengthening the reliability of the electric grid to prevent blackouts, lowering the cost of utility bills for our constituents, and preventing repeat cyber attacks, such as the one that took down the Colonial Pipeline a few weeks ago. Instead, we see a 1,000-page bill with more than $500 billion in spending, the Clean Future Act, which would ban hydraulic fracturing, ban plastics, ban new pipelines, put a chilling effect on new infrastructure development, and attempt to nationalize our electric grid. Clean Future Act would impose harsh new federal mandates for electricity generation and to socialize the costs, forcing everyone's electric bills to go up, regardless of their income. Among the most troublesome electricity provisions, the Clean Future Act would take away states' rights by forcing utilities to place transmission facilities under the control of an RTO, Regional Transmission Organization, or Independent Systems Operator, ISO. Another provision, the so-called right to clean energy, is a huge giveaway to big companies and the rich so they can install new solar panels and build wind farms at virtually everybody else's expense. The problem with these provisions is that by allowing some to cut the line, it leaves average residential customers on the hook to maintain existing equipment and aging power plants. The right to clean energy is an unfair, regressive tax on residential customers. So, Mr. Chairman, I know that we share the goal to improve the reliability of the electric grid and lower utility bills for our constituents, but there's a lot that we can accomplish in a bipartisan way. And with that, I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today. I yield balance of my time to Mr. Armstrong to introduce Mr. Clark, who will be joining us on the second panel.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. So we're lucky, I'm lucky to call Tony Clark my friend, and we're lucky to have him here. From 1994 to 97, he was in the North Dakota House of Representatives. He was the North Dakota Labor Commissioner for 2 years, in 99 and 2000. He was the North Dakota Public Service Commissioner from 2001 to 2012, and he was a FERC Commissioner from 2012 to 2016. If anyone, and North Dakota is obviously an energy producing state. If anybody can talk about the state, federal, local, public-private partnerships and how we move the ball forward in these areas, Tony Clark is it. He has been fantastic for the state, he's been fantastic for the country, and his expertise will be much needed today. And with that, I'll yield back.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Used back. Now the chair recognizes Mr. Falone, the chairman of the full committee, for 5 minutes for the purpose of an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Rush. Today, we continue our series of legislative hearings on H.R. 1512, the Clean Future Act, which I introduced with Chairman Rush and Tonko to address the climate crisis and get us to a 100% clean economy no later than 2050. One of the most important steps to combat the climate crisis is to make our power grid cleaner and more reliable. Today's hearing focuses on provisions of the Clean Future Act and 3 other bills that support building a resilient electric transmission system to deliver clean, low-cost power from remote regions of the country to America's cities, towns, and industry. And simply put, we will not be able to meet our clean energy goals unless we build more transmission. I believe that the need to responsibly build more electric transmission is an issue that can unite Democrats and Republicans. After all, electric transmission delivers the inexpensive electricity that powers American industry and employs hundreds of thousands of American workers. Despite these benefits, we have not yet done enough to ensure our transmission system is equipped to handle the challenges of the 21st century. As we deploy more offshore wind along our coast, building the necessary transmission to hook this new generation into the grid will be a crucial step. Furthermore, extreme weather events like the current unprecedented heat wave in the Pacific Northwest and the cold snap that brought down the Texas grid earlier this year basically remind us of the continuing need to invest in our transmission system. The Clean Future Act makes those investments to modernize the grid and ensure that all Americans have access to clean, reliable power at a reasonable cost. Now, as we work to build out this essential infrastructure, however, we must make sure we do so responsibly and don't build more than what's needed. New and innovative technologies can allow us to use our existing transmission infrastructure more efficiently. Transmission planning processes can be made more transparent to the public, allowing us all to better understand how new transmission needs are identified. And these and other measures will help protect ratepayers from unnecessary and excessive transmission infrastructure costs that we don't really need. So the Clean Future Act includes key provisions that recognize the critical role transmission has to play in powering a clean energy economy, combating the climate crisis, improving reliability, and creating jobs for Americans. And it does all of this while also making sure we do not overburden ratepayers with unnecessary costs. The legislation calls upon FERC to reform its processes to require interregional transmission planning to support the integration of renewable energy resources. It also bolsters federal authority to require permitting for certain interstate transmission lines that will bring clean and low-cost energy to consumers. And it provides financial and technical assistance to state, local, and tribal governments to help with the permitting and siting of interstate transmission lines. In addition to the Clean Future Act, we'll also consider 3 bills introduced by my colleagues, Representatives Peters, Castor, and Caston, and I want to thank them for their hard work on these bills. If we put the right policies in place, I believe electric transmission can help us tackle the climate crisis and build a clean, prosperous, and affordable energy future. And now I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to the gentlewoman from Florida, Representative Castor.
Well, thank you, Chairman Pallone. Members, this is one of the most important hearings that we have had in this committee because America's electric grid is in need of major investments. And we have got to work together to modernize and strengthen the grid. Doing so will create a huge number of jobs. It will help lower our electric bills for our neighbors back home. It will cut pollution. It will improve our health, will help us expand clean energy so that we can avoid the catastrophic impacts of the climate crisis. So I want to thank Chairman Pallone and Chairman Rush very much for including 2 of my legislative proposals today. First, the Transmission Siting Assistance Program is Section 218 in the Clean Future Act. It would provide technical assistance to and economic incentives to states and local communities as carrots to encourage them to do a better job of planning and approving new interstate transmission lines. And second, H.R. 4027, the Efficient Grid Interconnection Act, it would speed up connecting new clean energy projects to the existing grid and ease transmission congestion. This bill is supported by a large coalition of business and environmental groups, and I thank them for their support, and I anticipate that many of our colleagues will hear from them. Thank you very much, and I yield back my time.
And Mr. Chairman, I yield back as well.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Rogers, the ranking member of the full committee, for 5 more minutes for the purpose of an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Rush. What's becoming increasingly clear to people across this country over the last year is that the role of state and federal policies that jeopardize affordable, reliable energy and power. Keeping the lights on is needed for a prosperous society and vital for our health and safety. It's key to our quality of life and lifting people out of poverty. Policymakers should not lose sight of that. And it's not just about keeping the lights on. Right now in Eastern Washington and across the Pacific Northwest, it's about keeping the fans and the air conditioning on too. We are currently experiencing an extreme heat wave. There are emergency cooling centers open in my hometown in Spokane, where temperatures are hovering around 110. Last night, one of the major utilities in the area notified customers of mandatory outages because it was seeing the second highest level of demand over the past year. We aren't strangers to extreme weather in the Pacific Northwest. These weather events have solidified the importance of reliable power. This past winter, Washington State had harmful deep freezes that drove up energy demand. Fortunately, the 4 Lower Snake River dams boosted hydroelectric power to meet the need. They picked up the slack when one of the largest dams in the Columbia River system had to shut down, reducing the harmful impact of serious power shortages. Yet even in Washington State, we face calls to dismantle these important clean energy sources for the sake of radical agendas that fail to prioritize the delivery of power for people. When these policies undermine affordable, reliable delivery of energy and power, serious harms to public health and safety can follow. The heat has not been isolated to the Pacific Northwest. In recent weeks, both California and Texas electric grid operators have urged people to conserve electricity as heat waves threaten supply. Last month, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, NERC, issued its summer reliability assessment. This report said California is at risk of energy emergencies during normal summer demand and high risk if weather events cause above normal demand across the West. We are seeing that happen now. Texas, the upper Midwest, and New England are at risk if there is a major weather event driving up power demand, according to this report. As these examples indicate, we are witnessing an electricity reliability crisis slowly unfold across large regions of the country, and much of this can be traced back to state environmental and federal regulatory policies. From renewable energy standards to electricity market regulatory structures that drive out traditional baseload generation assets. Meanwhile, the left's rush to green agenda doubles down on wind and solar and building lots more transmission. To meet the administration's emissions targets, the push is for massive electrification on an unprecedented scale and pace for the next 15 years, and it would amount to a construction program 600% larger than any utility build-out that we've seen in the last half century. You cannot do this without extraordinary mandates and cost on workers and families. That's why it seems unrealistic, unattainable. Testimony before the committee has already outlined the growing public resistance to siting, permitting, and building new transmission. Today, building new transmission can take 15 years or more, and there are several examples of key projects running into opposition. Which brings us to the Clean Future Act that I'm concerned is going to take us backwards to a time before reliable electricity and modern conveniences. There are certainly practical reforms to consider for transmission policy. However, the rush to green incentives and mandates will undermine reliability at a great cost. The bill seeks to prioritize massive electrification and renewable build-out without regard to the impacts on reliable and affordable power. It seeks to make it easier to site transmission while making it harder to build natural gas pipelines, which are critical for renewables. Also troubling is the rush to mandate regulatory structures that prioritize renewables, which are weather-dependent energy, at the expense of traditional baseload and dispatchable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm concerned that we are creating an affordability crisis as California-style costs are spread to other regions of the country. This is not the way that we move forward with affordable, reliable power. This is not the way to move to a clean energy future. We can lead the world in reducing carbon emissions with new American innovation without jeopardizing reliability and affordable energy. And with that, I yield back.
The ranking member yields back. The chair would like to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. I would now, at this time, like to welcome our first witness for today's hearing, Ms. Patricia Hoffman, Acting Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy. Ms. Hoffman, welcome to today's subcommittee hearing, and you are now recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Rush, Member Upton, distinguished members of the subcommittee. I appreciate being here in person as well. I do appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Department of Energy on the role of transmission in achieving the Biden-Harris administration's clean energy goals, the department's authorities related to transmission infrastructure, including new authorities that have been proposed in the committee's Clean Future Act and other legislation. Modernizing and expanding the electric transmission grid could unlock access to cleaner, lower-cost energy for consumers and businesses while improving the reliability and resilience of the electricity delivery in the face of extreme weather and supply disruptions. President Biden has established ambitious climate goals, a carbon pollution-free power sector by 2035, and a net zero greenhouse gas emission economy by 2050. Building up the nation's electric transmission system will play a key part in achieving these goals. An independent analysis by the Americans for a Clean Energy Grid confirms the importance of investing in our electricity grid. It identifies more than 20 major transmission projects that may be poised to move forward, potentially creating more than 600,000 new transmission-related jobs and an additional 640,000 jobs from new clean energy generation projects. The most economically attractive and potential renewable resources are typically located in geographical areas that are remote from demand centers. Therefore, promoting the shift towards clean power sector does require investment in critical enabling infrastructure such as transmission to increase the access to renewable resources. Such investments in transmission infrastructure include increasing the capacity of existing lines, minimizing transmission losses through the use of new technologies, building long-distance, high-voltage transmission lines. Recent research shows that over 755 gigawatts of generation capacity is seeking transmission interconnection, but failure rates and wait times suggest growing interconnection and transmission challenges. There have been calls for interconnection reform and changes to the broader transmission planning process. In addition to supporting the clean energy transition, a robust transmission system further enhances grid reliability and resilience. Investment in replacing, upgrading, and expanding transmission infrastructure will help minimize power outages, protect the grid against climate-induced extreme weather, restore electricity more quickly when outages occur, but most importantly, expanding transmission capacity improves the resilience and flexibility of the energy system by creating more numerous energy delivery pathways. The Office of Electricity is specifically looking at how to support operational efficiencies and flexibility within the delivery system in support of the administration goals through the development and demonstration of improved sensors, flow control, and flexible technologies such as energy storage. The department has several critical tools that have already been authorized by Congress to aid in the development of transmission. Moving to accelerate transmission development through the use of existing authorities and available funding is key. Transmission projects, particularly with appropriate stakeholder engagements, can take years of development time, and the appropriate process to engage DOE authorities will take time as well. Additionally, the department has authorities to help finance transmission projects. The Department of Energy's Loan Program Office and WAPA Transmission Infrastructure Protection Program are efforts that can expand and improve the nation's transmission grid. While tools are available from Congress and have been provided by the department to overcome barriers, additional actions outlined in the President's budget and the American Jobs Plan can make a difference. The department also recognizes this committee has put forth a number of additional policy proposals to address barriers to transmission development. As the committee considers these policies, the department recommends several areas for consideration: increasing the capacity, accelerating interconnection, and planning for interregional transmission. In conclusion, a secure and resilient power grid is important to preserving our economy. And I thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Secretary Hoffman. We will now move to members' questions. Each member will have 5 minutes to ask questions of our witness. And I will start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Ms. Hoffman, as you have stated in your testimony, President Biden has established ambitious climate and clean energy goals. These goals, which closely align with the committee's climate plan, the Clean Future Act, involve a decarbonized power sector and emissions-free economy by 2050. In your learned opinion, how will the development and deployment of transmission infrastructure support the achievement of these goals?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. The benefits of transmission is very broad in nature. It will support the clean energy deployment, but it will also support the reliability and resilience of our nation's infrastructure. With respect to clean energy deployment, transmission will allow us to access remote renewable resources, bringing those resources from remote areas to cities and the demand centers. With respect to clean energy, it will allow us to access all forms of clean energy, including nuclear energy, and best be developed where they are most promising.
Ms. Hoffman, as you know, the Biden-Harris administration's Justice 40 initiative is a plan to invest 40% of climate-related funding into underserved and disadvantaged communities. What is the Department of Energy's plan to incorporate the Justice 40 initiative in its work to deploy electric transmission?
Thank you, Congressman. Justice 40 is a very important activity that really takes a look at communities and ensuring that communities are not affected by transmission or projects that will disadvantage communities. And 40% of the benefits must flow to those disadvantaged communities. The Secretary has made this a priority as part of the administration and part of the department. She created an Office of Energy Justice, and I do look forward as we implement transmission projects in the United States that we concentrate on providing services to disadvantaged communities, but also participate in economic development.
In terms of economic development, and could you elaborate on the business opportunities that might emanate from Justice 40 and also job creation opportunities? But I'm particularly interested in creating or expanding minority businesses using this approach.
So thank you, Congressman. As we look at building transmission in the United States, it will be a job creator in such that we hope to engage construction jobs, in the utility workforce, and jobs in the service industries. And this provides an opportunity to really access all forms of workers and local community engagement and transmission projects. And so this effort will really, hopefully, continue to build that economic development in states and regions, allowing for continued economic growth and jobs.
All right, Ms. Hoffman, how does the Department of Energy view its role in advancing the deployment of electric transmission? And to be more specific, how will it work with other agencies toward these ultimate goals?
Thank you very much for the question. The department actually has several programs and authorities for implementing transmission. Some of the programs really start out from a financing perspective. We have authority through the Loan Program Office as well as through the WAPA Transmission Infrastructure Investment Program to finance and to put borrowing authority for transmission projects. In addition, the department also provides technical assistance to the states as well as coordination of permitting across the federal agencies. One example of how the department is collaborating and coordinating with other federal agencies is the president's goal for offshore wind. The president has a goal of 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. And this is a partnership between the Department of Energy, Department of Commerce, and Department of Interior, looking at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, BOEM, to really look at transmission development offshore in the United States. In addition, the Department of Energy, in partnership with the Department of Transportation, is looking at the opportunities for transmission right-of-ways, and that has been identified as a significant opportunity to minimize some of the permitting challenges moving forward as we look at siting transmission lines.
I want to thank you, Ms. Hoffman, and that concludes my time. And I now yield to my good friend and colleague, the gentleman from Michigan, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Upton, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hoffman, again, thank you for being with us today. You know, I think we're all concerned about the process for building new electric transmission. I think many of us would say that it is painfully slow. It can take a decade or more to get through all the regulatory hurdles, environmental permitting. So as you think about some estimates that we've got to triple the size of transmission system by 2050 in order to get to where people might want to be. As we look to modernize the electric grid and expand the transmission system, I want to make sure that the planning decisions are driven from the bottom up by state and locals rather than federal mandates. So as you look at this, the Clean Future Act, I don't know if you've examined Section 220, which would mandate states and utilities to place their transmission under the control of RTOs and ISOs. Is that something the administration supports?
So thank you. Thank you, Congressman Upton, for the question. I think participation in ISOs and RTOs is really a decision that comes under the jurisdiction of FERC, as well as decisions by the state for their participation. States will have to evaluate the cost-effective benefits with respect to their participation. To the extent possible that RTOs and markets provide cost-effective and competition in the electric sector, this is an important consideration. And so the Department of Energy is more than willing to provide assistance to the states as they evaluate and consider their role and their interest in participation in RTOs.
Well, I know that you just mentioned that have a dramatic increase in offshore wind. It's probably going to require, what, thousands of turbines, wind turbines?
Potentially, I will have to,
I
it's 30 gigawatts.
You get the number.
So it's a lot.
So I mean, what's the expectation on, you see regionally, you look at California in terms of, what's going on with the fires, you look at some of the opposition by different groups that are out there in terms of new lines to be built. How in the world are we going to get to that number, increasing triple the size of the transmission size, and look at, these new technologies, when in fact the current siting, it's hardly a hard knife through butter as we try to cut through these regs to try and get them done. How can you help us?
So interregional transmission is difficult, and it is going to require
And impossible.
near impossible. It is going to require close coordination with the states. It's going to require a multi-pronged strategy. From my perspective, in order to achieve some of the goals that have been presented by the president, we really need to upgrade the existing infrastructure in the United States, so increase capacity and efficiency on the transmission system. We have to look at utilizing existing rights-of-ways, and we have to think about a national plan for interregional transmission projects and really look at the states and what they've done for their 10-year plans, but also how can we integrate that so that we actually can address transmission across the United States. So it will require a collaborative approach and a collaborative process with the states to think about the transmission needs, where we'd like to develop the next generation clean generation resources and how to get all that built in a holistic fashion.
Well, I'd like to think that, the infrastructure bill that's a lot of different proposals that are out there, but I would like to think that the one that ultimately gets signed that will have bipartisan support would include resources to help the resilience of a grid, not only electric, but also with gas in terms of pipelines to make sure that we see that happen. Does the department support Section 213 of the Clean Future Act, which creates a federal siting program for electric transmission? And would you support the same for gas transmission?
So a federal siting program is really under the jurisdiction of FERC from their capabilities and their experience with respect to siting pipelines and transmission lines. From the Department of Energy's perspective, what we really want to do is actually collaborate with the states to think about where transmission should be built. And in that dialogue, we're hoping that we'll be able to facilitate constructive conversations on how to best site transmission lines. What are some of the alternatives for siting transmission lines, such as non-transmission alternatives? And so that technical assistance that we could provide as part of the conversation would be very important in leading to some of FERC's conversations from a siting perspective.
Well, I know my time has expired, but I just hope that the department could work with us as we try to get through this nightmare of regulatory burdens that will really prevent us from expanding transmission and nowhere get close to the tripling the size of this transmission system by 2050 without those reforms. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush. Ms. Hoffman, in your testimony, you not only addressed transmission's role in achieving a 100% clean economy, but you also state that transmission can protect the grid against climate-induced extreme weather. So can you elaborate on the role that transmission plays in protecting the grid against extreme weather and in maintaining the reliable delivery of power to U.S. homeowners and businesses?
Thank you, Congressman. It's really important as we build transmission to recognize that modernizing our electric grid is important to reliability and resilience in the electric sector. Transmission, but also other grid modernization technologies has been helpful, very helpful in the past as we looked at our response to emergencies. When you look at sensors on the transmission system, outage management systems, but specifically you asked about transmission. Transmission really, what that does is it allows power flow when power is available in one region of the country but may not be available to either weather issues or extreme weather issues that have occurred in the United States. So what transmission does is it allows us to utilize that diversity of generation across the United States to support outages.
And then, well, thank you. As my home state of New Jersey learned during Superstorm Sandy and other states such as Texas have learned more recently, it's critical that we have a reliable transmission system that can withstand climate change-induced extreme weather events. You also provided recommendations for the committee on barriers to transmission development, and one of those recommendations is to increase the use of our existing system in the near term using advanced transmission technologies, among other things. And in the Clean Future Act, we include a provision that supports deployment of such advanced transmission technologies as well as non-transmission alternatives. So going forward, what additional policies would support the efficient use of our existing transmission system, and what role could the DOE play in supporting the deployment of these important technologies, if you will?
Thank you, Congressman. Transmission technologies and grid-enhancing technologies, as well as non-transmission alternatives, are really important tools and policies that can be utilized in support of our nation's infrastructure. So technologies such as energy storage, technologies as energy efficiency are all part of the holistic picture that one needs to consider as we invest in the future of the United States. So as I look at it, it's better utilizing the capacity on existing lines, it's deployment of energy storage, it's looking at energy efficiency measures, demand response measures. All these will play an important contribution. And the policies that are driven by the states in emphasizing the need for whether it's demand response technologies and energy storage will aid in that conversation.
Well, thank you. I have one more question. In your written testimony, you also describe the important role that DOE plays in coordinating federal authorization decisions on electric transmission facilities, including environmental reviews. And the Clean Future Act proposes that DOE establish a transmission siting assistance program to assist states, localities, and tribes in their efforts to study and site new transmission. So do you think DOE, through this proposed transmission siting assistance program, can play an effective role in facilitating the siting and development of additional transmissions?
So siting is a challenging issue, and technical assistance to the states is an important area in which the Department of Energy can add value to the conversation. With respect to siting, technical assistance and incentives could be provided to look at cost-benefit analysis, look at where alternative routes can be done, can also look at evaluating non-transmission alternatives, as we just discussed. So providing that technical assistance will allow the states to really evaluate the potential benefits of transmission projects and looking at how we invest collectively in our transmission moving forward. One of the things that the coordination and siting would allow would be a greater collaboration and discussion on interregional transmission projects. And that is really where some of the challenges occur, is really doing multi-state projects and interregional projects.
Well, thanks again for your response to the questions, and we really look forward to working with you and DOE as we try to pursue our clean energy goals. It's so important. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The chairman of the full committee yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. McMorris Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hoffman, I believe very strongly in the importance of diverse supply to meeting our energy needs, the importance of an all-of-the-above approach to energy. You know, just earlier this year in February, we were without electricity for several days in Spokane, and I was reminded how great it was at the time when electricity was out, that still the natural gas stove worked in our house, and we could cook, and having a car battery to charge some of our other devices came in handy. But I just wanted to ask about the importance of hydroelectricity in particular. In the Pacific Northwest and in the state of Washington, it's really important base load. It's affordable. We have some of the lowest electricity rates in the country because of hydropower. And as we continue to move with more wind and solar, it's that important base load that we need. I noted in my testimony that the 4 Lower Snake River dams came to the rescue this winter during a deep freeze when we had lost access to the Chief Joe Dam on the Upper Columbia River, and they stepped up to provide that energy that we needed. So I wanted to ask, would you speak to the importance of hydropower, especially on the Lower Snake River, and for electric reliability and emergency use?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Hydropower is a very important asset as we look at providing generation that will provide flexibility moving forward. We have to have generation that can support the variability of renewable energy, and hydropower in the West is one of the key resources that provides that flexibility and variability. And so having hydropower assets are a very important part of our portfolio from a system reliability perspective. Recognizing that we do need diversity of our generation assets. As you've pointed out, there's drought conditions in the West, which is putting great stress on our hydropower system. And so as we move forward, we need to think about investment in energy storage technologies and other technologies that will continue to support the system moving forward. But hydropower as a core element is a very important generation resource.
Do you support expanding access to hydropower and updating the federal licensing requirements?
So I think that's an important conversation that the Department of Energy should have with Congress on the value of hydropower and hydropower expansion. some of the programs within the Department of Energy is how do we maximize utilization of the existing hydropower fleet that we have with respect to whether it's more power through the turbines, more efficiency investments in the hydropower assets. But I do look forward for the department having further conversations with the right folks on the hydropower relicensing.
With the build-out of the weather-dependent wind and solar, I think hydropower, again, is stepping up, and it's really ideal for a black start. With plans to interconnect with more renewables into the grid, how important are attributes like black start capability in the event of a major power outage?
Black start capabilities are very important, as well as, I would say, essential reliability services, which really includes ramping services and other forms of support for the system. So hydropower is a very important contribution to black start capabilities for the United States.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a general question about DOE's own assessments of transmission delays. In 2016, DOE issued a report on issues delaying transmission siting. It noted that NEPA processes involving multiple agencies raise a lot of institutional issues that can raise costs and delays for final approval. Would you tell us if anything has changed with regard to the interagency coordination since DOE issued the report in 2016?
Since 2016, I would say that there is a greater appreciation of the need for coordination among the federal agencies for transmission permitting and the NEPA processes. There has been a permitting dashboard and a federal interagency permitting steering committee that really has taken a hard look at some of these NEPA coordination issues. Would I say that it's perfect? No. There is a lot of institutional and agency authorities that still could use better coordination, but it is a work in progress, and it's something that we really need to focus on moving forward if we're going to make a difference from a permitting point of view.
Well, I appreciate you highlighting that, because permitting is a key challenge to meeting these needs that we're going to have for transmission capabilities. And with that, I'll yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member yields back. The chair now would like to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes for the purpose of questioning the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is what I wanted to ask about, too, is that in your written testimony, Ms. Hoffman, you recommend that Congress look for ways to accelerate developers' ability to site, permit, allocate costs, and build. Can we achieve the administration's 2035 clean electricity target without authorizing FERC's backstop siting authority, leaving it to states and the way it is now in this kind of patchwork way? Doesn't the federal government need to step in and help that process work?
So, Congressman, thank you for the question, and I think it's a very important question. The Department of Energy feels that we can do a lot with the existing authorities that we already have, from the loan guarantee programs and the WAPA TIP programs to getting transmission built, to deploying new technologies, to expand the capacity on the existing system. The department also believes that through an integrated transmission planning process, we can advance how we should look at and build high voltage transmission moving forward in a collaborative fashion with the states. The department also recognizes there is strong movement within the states. As we look at numerous states, I believe 19 states have net zero targets, as well as there are other states out there that actually require utilities to invest in clean energy. So I feel there's a lot of movement with the existing authorities that can be utilized as coordinated and facilitated by the department and other agencies to move and meet some of the objectives.
Do you not think it would be helpful to have backstop authority? Because what we have a system now that designates these corridors, and nothing has been built.
So I think the challenge really comes down to when there's disagreement with the states and interregional transmission projects that have more than one state engaged. So at the end of the day, there are a couple options that Congress can consider moving forward. It's really looking at, does state compacts provide value in getting transmission built from a collaborative point of view, and can we be successful from a bottoms-up approach in building transmission? Some of the state technical assistance are opportunities in really getting some of those multi-state projects built. And then ultimately, it would require a decision to say, do we need this transmission line if there is disagreement among the states? And I think the most important thing is having some sort of certainty in which some of the bills that have been proposed really allow for an ultimate decision process and an ultimate decision to be made on a transmission project versus, I think, the back and forth that continues to go on, delaying the building of interregional projects.
Right, I think as you've outlined, for purposes of not just renewable energy, but for reliability and for cost, there's a national interest in interstate transmission. Don't you agree with that?
Yes, there is a need for interregional transmission just to support the seams in the United States. You look at the event that has occurred with the polar vortex in February, of strengthening those seams are important, but also just getting generation from remote areas of the country, clean generation, to the demand centers. And so that's what we really need to think about from that perspective in addition to supporting a strong grid, which really means capacity that will allow for reliability during emergency events.
Capacity, reliability, security are all things that we're concerned about in this committee. And I would also say that I agree with many of my colleagues, Republican colleagues, that permitting sometimes gets in the way. Here's a place where permitting has not established this nationwide network that I think we all agree we need. So that's why we introduced the Power On Act to help DOE achieve those goals. We'd ask you to take a look at that, and we think that if it is in the national interest, we should give states and tribes and localities and interest groups the chance to work this out on their own, but also they should know that if they don't, that the federal government would have the ability to come back in and do it. So that's, I think, would be useful in helping you achieve your goals and all of us achieving our goals as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Lana, for 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. And first, I want to thank the witness for being with us today. It's great to actually see a witness before us and not on screen. So it's great to have you with us today. Really appreciate that. In your testimony, you spoke about enhancing grid reliability and resiliency through a robust transmission system. You also touched on transmission, how it can help with extreme weather events, environmental justice, and economic development. One area that you didn't touch on that I think is really important to talk about, and we know how important it is. I know I've worked on issues with my good friend from California, Mr. McNerney, on these, improving the resiliency of the grid when we're talking about cyber attacks. And I think it's important that that's one of the points that we need to really be looking at. And so the incentives in the Clean Future Act are geared towards the integration of renewable resources of energy over the coming decades, but consumers will be immediately impacted through the electric grid if it's brought down by cyber criminals. Wouldn't you agree that the top priority should be preventing a household from being without power during a heat wave or cold front due to a cyber attack?
So thank you, Congressman Latta, for the very important question. As you know, I've had plenty of experience, and I don't usually do a presentation without bringing up the cybersecurity issues. So I do believe cybersecurity is very important to address as part of building infrastructure and building in security measures as we develop clean energy or as we deploy new technology that the department has. We recognize that we must build in cybersecurity. We must test our supply chain components to ensure that they are analyzed for vulnerabilities and mitigations are in place. And we know we need to build a comprehensive workforce, and I would say a new business, enterprise in the United States to address cybersecurity issues. So they need to go hand in hand. As we develop any technology, we must consider some of the cybersecurity vulnerabilities, address the cybersecurity issues, and have that as part of the conversation.
Let me follow up what you just said, because you said that we need to, build this up in the United States and make sure that we're doing what we have to do to protect ourselves. Do you have like a time frame? Because I know it's when I've talked at different universities and schools in my district, one of the things that they always ask me is, if you're going to develop a new program, what would it be? And several years back, I said cyber. It's so important that we're there today and to be there. But when you're looking at from your seat and, building this up across the country and knowing how the attacks, the millions of attacks that we're experiencing in this country, how fast can we get that build up to be able to be, on the cyber side that we can protect ourselves?
So I think it's partly, I would say the relationship is dependent on how much resources is put towards cybersecurity issues. And I think the balance is companies, businesses, universities really need to think about how do they want to change and institutionalize a culture of cybersecurity as they develop their products, as they do their business models. And I think the ransomware attacks of recent have really identified the emphasis that is needed from a business point of view to really take a hard look at cybersecurity, look at their cybersecurity maturity level. There are tools out there with respect to the NIST cybersecurity framework and standards that are out there in the electric sector for building up cybersecurity. So I think it is all part of a culture that we need to change in the United States.
Well, let me ask this, looking not just from outside, what can we do here in Congress in reviewing in a bipartisan manner ways that we can prioritize hardening the grid against the cyber attacks? What can we be doing right now?
So I think some of the efforts that really continue to be emphasized around Congress and also just a part of the community and industry writ large is building in cybersecurity and making sure that as technologies is developed, cybersecurity is built in that technology, as well as that components and devices are tested for cybersecurity and vulnerability, that businesses have what I will say a quality assurance practice in place, that they actually test their components, they collaborate with the agencies such as the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Energy for intelligence information, and they look at continuing to build that partnership. Those are some of the areas that I think are really important. The last area I would say is monitoring of systems, to really understand your own network. You look at the 100-day plan that was announced by the administration really emphasizes monitoring of business and networks, and that is another important characteristic that would be useful.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time. My time has expired.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Doyle, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Assistant Secretary Hoffman, welcome, and thank you for being with us today. As we continue to build a cleaner energy system, we need to ensure that all of the new sources of energy can be safely and efficiently moved around. Our transmission infrastructure, it's rarely mentioned when we talk about the future of the energy grid, but it's probably the most critical piece. That's why we have to invest in upgrading the system and ensuring it has the capacity to expand. The growth of renewables has only made building transmission infrastructure more important, given that they are intermittent and is produced in different regions at different times. I mean, power needs to get where it is created to where it is used in the most efficient way possible in order to provide low-cost energy to consumers. So a transmission build-out will enable us to take wind from the plains and geothermal heat from the southwest and hydropower from all across the country to where it's needed. And it will not only enable us to make the most efficient use of our energy sources, but also ensure that customers are getting the most low-cost form of energy. So I was pleased to see the administration including building transmission infrastructure in the American Jobs Plan, and I hope we can move on my colleagues' bills that will allow us to decarbonize the grid more efficiently while providing good jobs. Now, I know Chairman Rush already touched on how new transmission infrastructure helps us get more renewables on the grid and how it can give us opportunities for jobs. But another significant piece to bringing more renewables onto the grid is energy storage. And how do you see energy storage and the transmission system working together to maximize the efficiency of the grid?
So thank you very much, Congressman. That is an extremely important question as we look at the need for flexible generation in the United States. Energy storage is a key technology that allows for that flexibility. It provides different services of support for system operators, from frequency regulation to ramping services. The need, I think, in energy storage technology development is really getting more towards that long-duration energy storage, going from 8-hour energy storage to 10 hours plus of energy storage. And I think that will provide the most flexibility for the system moving forward. But energy storage is a key component of the portfolio because that allows for that firming of variable generation in the United States.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Well, Mr. Chairman, since Chairman Rush addressed two of the other questions I had for the Assistant Secretary, I will yield back 2 minutes and 11 seconds. And we'll keep this moving.
The chair certainly appreciates the kindness and generosity of the gentleman from the great state of Pennsylvania. Now, the chair recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, my good friend Tim McKinley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Huffman, welcome back. It's good to see you in person again. But you made and earlier you made a statement about the environmental justice issue. And I just wanted to touch on that just a little bit to see just where DOE is on that, because you brought it up. And that was, in their report, they say that this council is in opposition to carbon capture, direct air capture, nuclear power, R&D. They're opposed to road improvements, pipeline expansion. Does DOE, do you support this report?
So Congressman, thank you for the question. I will be honest, I
If
don't
you could,
know.
just a yes or no, because I've got other questions. You raised this question, so I'm just trying to get back to it
I
quickly.
don't know the details of all those aspects that report is sponsoring.
Okay, I couldn't hear what your answer was. I'm sorry. So now let me go further with it. We've already had, so we're pivoting to 100% renewables, and that's a good thing. I don't have a problem with that. But it's also going to involve, as you've testified, the thousands of miles of more transmission lines. I'm just curious about, as we pivot away from fossil fuels under this scenario, we've already had people testify from the American Action Forum and the IER, the Institute for Energy Research. Have already said that electric rates for consumers are going to go up $2,000 to $4,000 a year. And the Energy Future Initiative is already saying that it's going to cost thousands of jobs in Wyoming, North Dakota, Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Alabama, and states all across the country, that it's going to cost jobs as we do this and switching over. And then we've already talked about the global CO2 levels, that they're not going to drop below where John Kerry said 350. Anything above 350 is a dangerous level. So we're not going to drop below that. And we've had testimony here that says even if we go to this 100% renewables, we're still going to have wildfires, droughts, and wildfire and flooding. So I'm troubled with this, because our objective, all of our objectives, is to reduce the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. But to do that, can't we rely on our science, our community to do this? We did this back in the 60s when President Kennedy said he wanted to put a man on the moon, and within 10 years, we did it. And then 2 years ago, or a year ago, when President Trump developed a vaccine, or called for a development of vaccine, it happened within 10 months. So we've trusted our scientific community. I don't understand why we're exploring, advocating through the administration, advocating the abandonment of fossil fuels when we see all the consequences that are going to happen. For job losses, the environment's not going to get any better, our rates are going to go up. I don't understand it. Why aren't we dealing with using our science to develop carbon capture? It's pretty fundamental with it. So I'm saying, if we can get to this issue, for those of us interested in reducing greenhouse gas and foresee a zero emission, I'm with you on that goal. Shouldn't we be advocating for 100% emissions rather than 100% of abandonment of fossil fuels across this country? Because we know the job impacts that's going to have, and the rates is going to, the impact it's going to have, and it's really not going to clean up the global environment. Why don't we invest in carbon capture? Why aren't you doing more on that?
So thank you, Congressman, for the question. As we look to go to a decarbonized society, we are going to have to tap all the science can offer with respect to development of carbon capture and storage, CCUS, as part of the portfolio, nuclear energy, as well as the deployment of clean energy technologies. Doing nothing is not an option as we move forward. We really need to think about those technology
I don't think
investments.
anyone's saying do nothing. Why do you think you're saying do nothing?
I just think we need to be more aggressive as we think about the technologies moving forward and what we can invest in now, as well as while we're doing the science and investing in capabilities for CCUS and to decarbonize our energy generation portfolio.
Run out of time, so thank you for your testimony, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the great state of California, Mr. McNerney, for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I thank the witness for your expert testimony. You've been doing this for a long time. In your testimony, you discussed existing authorities that the DOE currently has to facilitate the expansion of the transmission system, such as Section 368 of the Energy Policy Act of 2005. Can you discuss the extent to which this program has been utilized in the past and how we can help ensure that it is used to help overcome some of the siting and permitting challenges that we're seeing for large transmission projects?
So yes, thank you. So a lot of the coordination with respect to federal siting does occur under 216H of the Federal Power Act. And what that does is allow the Department of Energy and enables the Department of Energy to coordinate with other agencies on the permitting of transmission projects. In addition, Section 368 allows for the development of energy corridors on federal lands, which also will enable some of the, I would say, advancements of transmission. So the Department of Energy has worked in the past on both of these authorities to allow for federal coordination as well as energy corridor development with these authorities.
Thank you. Well, in the Clean Futures Act, as well as the American Jobs Plan, new authorities are introduced for the Department of Energy to expand the transmission systems even further. In particular, the American Jobs Plan announces the creation of a grid deployment authority, which will help support the use of existing rights-of-way and other things. Can you discuss how the grid deployment authority could be used to support the goals of the Clean Futures Act?
Yes, thank you, Congressman, for the question. With respect to the Grid Development Authority that was proposed under the American Jobs Plan, what it is a way to really centralize and focus the Department of Energy's authorities with respect to financing transmission projects, to coordination among the federal agencies, to providing technical assistance. What that allows us to do is really emphasize and pull together all the authorities that the department has to really put a strong emphasis in moving things forward and getting projects done.
Well, thank you. In your testimony, you state that wildfires pose an increasing threat on the country's electric infrastructure and that the Office of Electricity has been taking steps to educate utilities and offer capabilities. Each year, my district is forced to confront and prepare for increasing destructive wildfires. Drought, poor air quality, and power outages are now expected to be intensified by climate change. Can you elaborate on what capabilities and technical solutions are available to deal with this new normal?
Thank you, Congressman. Wildfires is an ever-growing and more serious issue that the states are experiencing, especially with the extreme drought conditions that the West is experiencing. Utilities are very focused on wildfires. The Secretary has been consulting and discussing the wildfire concerns with utilities and the ISOs in the regions. The Department of Energy in April held a series of workshops with utilities highlighting some of the technical capabilities that the national labs have to offer. But with respect to wildfire and wildfire management, vegetation management is always core component. But in addition, DOE is looking at technologies such as sensors to help identify when faults occur in the system, to help clearly identify areas from an asset management point of view that can prevent wildfires. We're also looking at artificial intelligence and machine learning to better quickly identify wildfires, but also conditions, ground conditions that would enable wildfires to grow quickly versus being able to tackle them and manage them as soon as possible.
Right, and so advanced components will help in that regard as well.
Yes, asset management, advanced components, upgrading the infrastructure, all would help from that perspective, as well as managing the loading on transmission lines.
Well, we often hear about the weather dependency of renewable energies. How much is this intermittency diminished when the renewables are distributed over a broad geographic area?
So thank you very much for the question. As renewables are deployed across a wider geographical area, that time variation provides the flexibility with respect to managing that variability. So having a diversified geographic set of renewables will provide a level of support to the system in managing that variability.
Thank you for your testimony. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now the chairman recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for 5 minutes. The chair sees Mr. Kinzinger is no light on the that present. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And thank you for being here today. Earlier today, apparently just in time for this hearing, Chairman Pallone issued the following statement, quote, "I am deeply disturbed and disappointed by the Supreme Court's decision today, which sets the dangerous precedent of allowing interstate pipelines to take state-owned land without a state's consent, period." New sentence. States like New Jersey should be able to retain their right to do what they wish with the lands they own, and no private actor, including pipeline companies, should be able to usurp that right. I am determined to work with my colleagues to do everything in our power to preserve this important state right. Let me reiterate, now using my slight modification of his to say that he has said that states like New Jersey should be able to retain their right to do whatever they wish with the lands they own, and no private actor should be able to usurp that right. Does DOE agree with Chairman Pallone on this issue?
So Congressman, thank you very much for the question. The siting of pipelines is not under my jurisdiction or the Department of Energy's jurisdiction. Siting is generally in the responsibility of the states as states look at technology, as infrastructure investments.
All right, how about the electric transmission? No private actor, it says, should be able to have this right. Do you agree that the no private actor, including electric transmission lines, should be able to use eminent domain to take the state's property?
So with respect to transmission siting is under the jurisdiction of the state and under FERC. And so once again, with respect to building transmission in the United States, it is a collaborative process looking at the state's needs and the state's capability from a siting point of view. The Department of Energy focuses on the permitting aspects of transmission and planning. Part of our technical assistance would be to support states in evaluating transmission and
But some of the bills that we're working on would change the rules on that. Am I not correct?
I would say that under the Clean Futures Act, there is modifications in the Clean Future Acts that are focused on FERC and FERC's authorities.
And I would have to agree that FERC needs some reform. Earlier, if I understood you correctly, and correct me if I misunderstood, you indicated that one of the ways we might be able to build this huge amount of high-voltage electric transmission that we're going to need would be to use existing rights-of-way, such as highways, existing electric lines, and Amtrak. Was I correct in hearing you?
Yes, Congressman.
Okay.
That is an
So
opportunity.
here's the question I would have on that. Without some significant reform at FERC, we're not going to be able to co-locate, because I tried to suggest to them they look at two pipelines that were being run through Virginia, and they said they didn't have that authority to co-locate. Now, let me go one step further, and I'm not going to ask you a question on that. I'm just stating they claim they don't have that authority, so we may have to give them that authority. But then if you're doing it on, let's say, Amtrak doesn't own a very wide easement in most of its lines, and in many cases, it runs on private rail lines. Isn't that true?
So I'm not as familiar with the structure
The answer is
of
yes, it is.
Amtrak.
All right.
Okay.
So, but for an electric power transmission line, particularly a high voltage one, you would need at least, what, 150 to 300 feet? So Amtrak's not going to work. How about our interstate highways? Are they going to be 300 feet wide in most places? I guess the interstates would work, but not U.S. highway corridors or highways, because the corridor's big, but the easement's not. And I would be correct on that, would I not?
Yes, you would be correct, Congressman.
So that's not going to work. If we can't take state property and we can't locate, so the only thing we've got left is locating where there's already a high voltage transmission line on those items we were talking about earlier. How do you envision that? Would we have double-decker lines, ones that's much higher than the others? How are you going to put two high-voltage power lines in the same easement?
So thank you, Congressman. I think this is really part of the planning process in discussion with states as well as Department of Transportation.
So right now, you
How
don't
to
know
best-
is the answer. You don't know how you're going to work
It would
that.
be a transmission planning process that would have to be evaluated individually with projects.
So here's my concern. We're talking about 2030 having 50%, or reducing emissions by 2030 by 50% and 100% by 2050. But by the time we get through the planning process, we get through all the litigation, we comply with all the regulations. One of our previous witnesses said it was likely to take more than 30 years. Can't be done. Let's quit selling the American people a false promise. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the Subcommittee on Environment, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tucker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Rush and Chair Pallone, for your work to add meaningful transmission provisions to the Clean Future Act, and welcome back, Assistant Secretary Hoffman. You've been here before, and thank you for always sharing your expertise with the committee and subcommittees. This is certainly a tough and complicated issue, but it is critical we get this right, because we will need new transmission capacity, particularly interstate and interregional projects, to achieve our clean electricity targets. According to recent studies, we may need about 70 new gigawatts of clean electricity added to our energy mix every year for the next 15 years, and last year, I'm informed that we deployed less than 1/2 of that. Nearly all of these projects will require extensive planning, siting, and permitting processes. And at the current rates, transmission projects to enable this build-out are being developed far too slowly. The good news is that I believe this work can be bipartisan. Addressing barriers to transmission deployment played a big role in the Senate's bipartisan infrastructure framework and the President's American Jobs Plan. So, Assistant Secretary Hoffman, thank you for your testimony. Obviously, I come at this issue with an interest in deploying new clean electricity resources, but new transmission can provide many other benefits. Can you explain how many of these projects could actually result in cheaper electricity and a more reliable and resilient grid?
Yes, thank you, Congressman, for the question. As we build transmission, there is efficiency of building at scale and allowing for the access to high-capacity renewable resources across the United States. So part of the process for looking at transmission is really having that high-voltage capacity, but that additional capacity to tap that remote renewable resources that can be developed in a cost-effective manner.
Thank you. And when we talk about interregional planning, we often think about a project in the wind belt supplying PJM or California, but I think it's important that we don't forget offshore resources. These offshore projects are going to feed into New York's ISO, ISO New England, and PJM. How should RTO's transmission planning account for the significant expected growth in offshore wind deployment?
So thank you, Congressman. I think it is an important dialogue that must be had with the ISOs and the RTOs as we think about transmission planning moving forward. They generally do a 10-year transmission plan, but the ISOs and RTOs really need to think about scenarios moving forward so that they can build towards the future and the policies, whether it's the state policies and the federal policies from a transmission planning perspective. And that needs to be part of the discussion, as well as they look at resilience attributes and making sure that we strengthen the transmission system moving forward. So they have an important role to play as they do transmission planning and they do some scenario analysis.
And what role can DOE play in helping states better coordinate and cooperate around this massive opportunity for offshore wind?
So states have a very important role. The states along the East Coast really need to be part of the dialogue as we think about the transmission plan for building 30 gigawatts of offshore wind. As we look at that, we want to think about a coordinated approach for radial feeders and where they are connected to the transmission system on the mainland. And so that is an important dialogue of the conversation because system upgrades are going to be required and all that investment really needs to be collaborated with the states and the affected communities.
And DOE you see in the middle of all of that?
DOE can provide the facilitation as well as technical assistance for some of the analysis and support for the transparent and open discussions on how to build the infrastructure.
And finally, can you provide any examples of work done by the Office of Electricity's Transmission Planning and Technical Assistance Program? And can this work play a role in the proposed Grid Deployment Authority?
So absolutely, and thank you for the question and being able to tout some of our work. Under the Recovery Act, we did sponsor transmission planning activities with the regions to look at different scenarios, which I believe was the start of the dialogue, as well as some of the FERC orders that came out to say that we need to have a transmission planning process in the United States, evaluate what transmission requirements are needed. But in addition, the Office of Electricity and our organization has really sponsored the development of several tools that can be used by transmission developers. We have the Rapid Toolkit, which was done as part of an interagency process. That's a wiki that really allows developers to look at all the regulatory authorities and requirements on a state basis and a federal basis for building transmission projects. But we also have an energy zone mapping tool that also allows for project developers to take a look at the mapping, but really figure out where the sensitive lands are and the opportunities for transmission development and alternative routes.
Well, thank you again for sharing your expertise. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Assistant Secretary Hoffman, thanks for joining us today. Today we're holding, at least by my count, the 7th hearing in this Congress on yet another portion of the Clean Future Act. It's important to remember that just because we hold these separate hearings, this is all part of the same massive 900-plus page radical legislation. If enacted, it'll totally transform our society in a negative way, hitting the American economy and our constituents' pocketbooks all at once. This utopian vision mandated by the Clean Future Act, a vision of a fully electrified economy with its thousands of miles of new high-voltage transmission and all renewable power generation within 15 or even 30 years, at some point is inevitably going to crash into reality. By the best estimates, wind and solar electricity generation need at least 300 to 400 times the amount of land as, say, a natural gas or a coal-fired power plant. Adding to the problem is that the areas with the most wind and sunlight, by and large, are not even close to the population centers in our country. My Democratic colleagues will say today that all we have to do is make a few policy changes here, throw a few $100 billion there, and this problem is fixed. Now, I know this sounds funny, but it reminds me of that scene in the 80s movie Back to School where Rodney Dangerfield's college professor asked his students where they should build his theoretical business. The professor clearly had never worked a day in his life and failed to take into account some very real, serious, practical realities. Dangerfield's character, already a successful businessman, shouts out, "How about Fantasyland?" to the professor, bringing laughter, obviously, from the students. The supporters of this bill need to be honest with the American people. This rush to green, if it becomes a reality, will lead to increased blackouts, skyrocketing electricity costs, and out-of-control inflation. So, Assistant Secretary Hoffman, would you agree that, in general, when someone makes an investment, they do so with the hope that they get a tangible return on that investment? Is that generally your understanding of what an investment does?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes.
Okay, great. In your testimony, you mentioned several times the quote, investments that you see needing to be made in transmission, a vast build-out of 2 to 3 times our current transmission capacity. Someone is obviously going to have to pay for this investment. So whether the American people are stuck picking up this tab via higher taxes or rate increases on their utility bills, can you honestly say that they'll be receiving a return on their investment?
As you look at the cost benefit for the health and safety of communities.
No, what's the return on
liability-
investment? What is the return on investment? They're making a monetary investment with their taxes or their rate increases. What is the return on their investment?
So the return on the investment is access to clean energy, it's access to.
No, that's not a return on
available-
investment. A return on investment is a monetary thing. That's why you make an investment. Let me ask it another way. If the Biden administration's goals that you touted in your testimony, the carbon-free power sector by 2035 are realized, in your opinion, will the American people's utility bills go down?
So with respect to utilization of.
That's a yes or a no
high-voltage-
question. If these goals are realized, will those utility bills go down?
If we can access clean energy that is cost-effective in the remote areas of the country, accessing the.
No, will the
low-cost
utility
energy
bills, Assistant Secretary,
components-
you're not answering the question. Will the utility bills go down if these goals are realized? Yes or no?
It varies across.
You don't know. You don't know. That's what I thought. And can you guarantee that their electricity will remain reliable, not only for essential household functions, but for businesses, job creators who need large amounts of reliable electricity for manufacturing and other commercial uses? So will reliability still be what it is today, where we have coal, nuclear, and gas providing our base load?
Having a strong transmission system will increase the reliability.
That goes
of
back to the
United States.
investment part, right, that we don't know if we're going to get a rate of return on. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush. I appreciate you holding this hearing, and I want to thank the witness for her answers. We know we need to make an investment in this infrastructure, not only to meet our energy needs, but to meet our climate goals and make sure that we're creating good-paying jobs along the way, because people need to eat. People need to take care of their families. In Texas, we have set the standard for smart transmission planning to facilitate the deployment of clean energy. In 2005, I was still in the state legislature, and we passed SB 20, which established the Competitive Renewable Energy Zones, or the CREZ. CREZ helped to create the high plains with plentiful wind resources to the population centers of Dallas-Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio, and Austin. And according to Americans for a Clean Energy Grid, CREZ enabled an additional 18 gigawatts of wind energy generation capacity to Texas's power system while overcoming technical issues such as curtailment and transmission congestion. I'm glad that the Clean Future Act contains provisions designed to take these successes and apply them elsewhere. Can you talk about why it's important, why it's so important regulators and transmission companies work together to identify and designate transmission corridors?
Yes, it's very important for that collaboration and designating corridors to really think about where transmission is best placed and accessing the clean energy resources in the United States. So as we look at transmission corridors, we really want to look at a partnership with the states. I think the approach that Texas took with the CREZ program is a very important example of how we can merge infrastructure investment with policy objectives by the states to really collaborate in developing cost-effective solutions for building transmission, as well as your colleague in New York has done some similar processes in New York with respect to how do we collaborate in looking at energy corridors, but looking at the siting and placement of transmission in the United States.
Yeah, no, and that's important too, as we, particularly when you look at Texas, I think we're at about 23% renewable energy on our grid. Obviously, the legislature failed to take any substantive action to fix some of the issues that we had with the grid that caused the power outage and the blackouts that we had during the winter storm. But being able to implement things like that will make it more that we can continue to grow that number too as well. So I appreciate your answers, and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman for his kindness. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchard, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I think it should be Mr. Palmer at the moment from Alabama.
All right. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hoffman, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory estimated that if the U.S. were to attempt to derive 90% of its electricity from renewable sources, it would have to roughly double its high voltage transmission capacity. That's what this hearing's about, isn't it?
Yes.
We currently have 240,000 miles of high voltage transmission lines. A doubling of that would mean that we would require adding enough high voltage transmission to circle the Earth about 10 times. That's a lot of wire, right?
Your numbers are a lot of wire, but I think, Congressman, part of it would be increasing the voltage on the transmission system to adding capacity to the transmission
But the point is that we're going to have to build new transmission lines, and what I want to ask you about is, first of all, I think my Democrat colleagues and I have some agreement on this, that we're going to need to expedite permitting. We're going to have to evaluate some of the regulatory impediments to getting this done. This would necessarily require that we do things that we ordinarily wouldn't do. For instance, building infrastructure for high voltage transmission across sensitive areas that are habitat sensitive, that are wetlands, things like that. And we would have to do it in an expedited fashion if we to achieve the goals, for instance, that John Kerry and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have said that we've got, 9 years left. Under current permitting and regulatory regime, we couldn't even get the paperwork done in that time. So it would necessitate a much expedited permitting process, would it not?
So, Congressman, thank you for the question. What I really believe is it takes is a more coordinated process among the federal agency and the state agencies with respect to transmission planning and state actions from a siting point of view.
Well, thank you for making that point, that it will take a collaborative effort between the federal government and the states, because I've been looking at some of the recommendations from DOE and others that have a vested interest in a renewable power grid, that they basically are willing to usurp the rights of the states in regard to the state's ability and their to control what gets built in their states. And I appreciate Mr. Griffin bringing this up, quoting Chairman Pallone and his strong stand defending the right of New Jersey to protect that. What I'm concerned about at this point, and I want to ask you about this, is wouldn't it require a very aggressive use of eminent domain to make this possible? And what I want to point out to you is that the effort to build these transmission lines for renewable power generation and transmission, in 2017, Iowa enacted a law prohibiting the use of eminent domain for high-voltage transmission lines. In 2018, the Clean Line Energy Partners announced it was suspending its years-long effort to build a 720-mile, $2.5 billion transmission line across the state of Arkansas, and every member of the congressional delegation from Arkansas opposed that deal. In 2018, the New Hampshire regulators rejected a high-voltage electricity transmission project called the Northern Pass Transmission that was to carry power from Quebec hydroelectric facilities to consumers in Massachusetts. There was a $2.3 billion, 780-mile Grain Belt Express. It's been delayed for years because of opposition from Missouri farmers. In 2019, environmental groups and local governments sued the Wisconsin Public Utility Commission to block construction of a $492 million, 100-mile high-voltage transmission project called Cardinal Hickory Creek that was designed to move wind energy to urban areas, and we could go on. The only way that the federal government, the Biden administration, and my Democrat colleagues will be able to achieve this dream of a Green New Deal is to be very aggressive in the use of eminent domain that will deny the states the right to determine what's built in their states and take property from private landowners. I thank the chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentle lady from Washington State, Ms. Schreier, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Ms. Hoffman, after Mr. Johnson's question about return on investment, I'd just like to give you an opportunity to explain why investment in clean energy can't be judged simply by an energy bill and has to be taken in the context of the cost of climate disasters, and also that costs can decrease markedly when you have good transmission systems. So I just wanted to feel free, please, to finish your thoughts on why energy bills are nuanced issues and can't be answered with a simple yes or no.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that opportunity to provide more details. As we look at all the costs and benefits and the benefits to consumers and nations, we really want to think of the health of consumers in the United States to be able to have that clean environment and access to healthy communities, as well as economic development from manufacturing and jobs that can be created as we have low-cost electricity, affordable electricity in communities and states. And so I really wanted to emphasize that it's just not simple the price you pay for electricity, but there is a larger set of benefits for consideration as we build this infrastructure from a security and resilience side of things. And looking at the resilience of our nation, there is additional benefits there from building infrastructure. So thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to give you that opportunity. Now, as you know, the Pacific Northwest is currently experiencing abnormally high, record, unprecedented temperatures. On Monday, Seattle broke a record for the highest temperature ever recorded at 107 degrees. In my neighborhood, it was 109. In Wenatchee, 111. And over the weekend, an investor-owned utility in my district had about 7 times the volume of outages as they normally would have in June, with temperatures being 30 or 40 degrees higher than normal. And the primary causes were things like vegetation, tree limbs, but also heat-related equipment failure. And traditionally, Washington sends power to California in the summer so they can run their air conditioning, and they send us power in the winter for heat. But now we're seeing this new need to maybe serve peak demand during the summertime because of these extreme temperatures that may become a new normal. So I was wondering, Your testimony identifies numerous ways in which the Department of Energy oversees the deployment of transmission, including through the Federal Power Marketing Administrations. Can you talk about the administration's recent and current efforts to use the Western Power Administration to build additional transmission to support the Pacific Northwest?
Yes, thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. And the Western Power Administration has a transmission infrastructure investment program, which is a congressionally authorized program that allows borrowing authority for building transmission infrastructure in the western region of the United States. It's about a $3.25 billion program for infrastructure investments. They can look at transmission infrastructure as well as other infrastructure such as energy storage. They have built and participated in 2 projects under this program, and the Secretary announced that this program is open for business in addition to the Loan Programs Office, borrowing authority for building infrastructure.
Thank you, and thanks for mentioning storage, because I know that our Pacific Northwest National Labs are doing remarkable research into storage. Now, I have another question, which is, do you have any comments to make about mitigating new risks? For example, now we have forest fires, as mentioned, in the entire West. And so I'm wondering about any research in, for example, the development of underground transmission distribution lines, whether that's a pipe dream or something that could really happen or would be useful, and what other Department of Energy plans there are to mitigate the risk that wildfire and extreme weather poses to our transmission system.
So thank you, Congresswoman, for the question. Undergrounding is a great opportunity for high voltage DC transmission. As Congressman Griffin brought up about the rights-of-way issues, undergrounding DC lines is a really good way to utilize narrow rights-of-way for transmission investments. So, but it is generally applied to long-distance lines and the high-voltage capacity lines and so that is really where the opportunity is for undergrounding, and it does provide great advantages in pairing with renewable technologies that is mostly from a DC capacity point of view. AC technologies are more, I would say, if you wanted to underground AC technologies, you really do that in city and dense areas. So there is a difference between high voltage DC capacity that we want to build in the United States. So with respect to accessing offshore wind or remote resources, high voltage DC is the preferred technology, and it does enable that ability to do undergrounding. Now, that being said, I will say it's more expensive. It is more expensive to underground, and you also have to be very cognizant of the ground conditions. Rocky environments versus farmlands are very, very different characteristics for undergrounding. And so that's why I say planning and transmission planning, as we're thinking about what transmission infrastructure we want to build, really has that key component to evaluating the cost that it's going to require to get that transmission.
Thank you. I'm over time.
Young lady's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duffin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd love to have you back in the committee room sometime soon. Assistant Secretary Hoffman, thank you for being here today. I understand there's a provision in the Clean Future Act, Section 220C, which requires all public utilities to place transmission facilities under the control of an independent system operator or regional transmission organization within 2 years of the enactment of the Act. Now I represent South Carolina, which currently does not participate in an RTO or an ISO market. Last year, the state legislature directed the state to study electricity market reforms, including the possibility of joining an RTO, ISO, or other options. Generally, I do think this sort of issue should be handled at the state level through the state legislatures and utility commissions. States know their residents, they know their energy market priorities and the stakeholders best. South Carolina has taken a data-driven approach to determine what market structure is best for the state, and I do not believe that it should be short-circuited by bureaucrats here in Washington which is exactly what the Clean Future Act would do. So why not let South Carolina decide for themselves whether it's in their best interest for its energy consumers to join an RTO or ISO?
So thank you, Congressman, for the question. RTO decisions are under the jurisdiction of FERC and not the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy collaborates with the states in evaluating participation in the RTOs. I know that the southeastern states is looking at different market enhancements for the southern states as they look at Southeast. I think it's a market exchange program, looking at bilateral exchanges in 15 minutes. I think it comes down to a discussion with FERC and the future of RTOs.
I just can't help but notice that nuclear reactors going offline within RTOs. And we've heard some of my colleagues today represent these areas. Our priority should be pursuing market structures that keep these energy sources affordable and reliable for consumers. Maintaining a market conducive to keeping and bringing reactors online is important. In fact, there's a whole list of states that have reactors that have been taken offline. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit this for the record. In my district, Duke Energy has filed an application with NRC to renew the Oconee Nuclear Station's operating license for an additional 20 years. It's the largest nuclear station. 3 generating units produce more than 2,500 megawatts of carbon-free electricity. These would get carbon-free electricity as well, but they're now not offline. I will commend the Connecticut governor for seeing that if you want to be more carbon neutral, you keep the reactors online. But given what's going on in other regions, do you think the Clean Future Act, RTO, and ISO requirement may undercut South Carolina's clean energy future with regard to nuclear reactors and any other things, both from a jobs or energy perspective?
So, Congressman, thank you for the question. Nuclear energy is an important part of the clean energy portfolio from a generation resource future. The administration is supportive of nuclear energy as part of the portfolio. I know the Department of Energy is working on advanced nuclear designs and nuclear technologies moving forward. And so hopefully that will continue to develop new nuclear assets in the United States, but also continue to strengthen our nuclear fleet.
Yeah, we can agree on that. In your testimony, you mentioned that in order to meet the goal of 100% clean energy by 2035, even a greater amount of electricity generation from renewable sources will be needed. You don't mention any of the role of nuclear in those comments. So do you I guess you agree that nuclear energy, because of what you just said, is a part of that. You agree it's critical for both the reliability and resiliency?
Nuclear energy is a critical part of our portfolio with respect to decarbonization, and it is an asset that can be utilized moving forward. I hope with new technologies that asset can be a little bit more flexible in providing flexible generation.
When you mention new reactor technology and whatnot, what are you talking about?
So I'm not the expert with the nuclear program. I'd be more than welcome to get our nuclear office to come in and have a collaborative discussion.
I'd love for you to do that. I'd love to see what this administration, I know what I think the future should look like. I know what other experts have told me. I'd love to hear what the administration thinks about what that future looks like. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair would like to say to the gentleman that this is a hybrid hearing. We're not 100, it's a hybrid hearing for a reason. We're not certain if all the Republicans have been vaccinated. And the chair would also like to remind the gentleman of what scripture says. You should not criticize, look at the splinter in your neighbor's eye when you might have plank in your own eye. So the gentleman should be wary of trying to cast dispersion on the chair. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado, Mr. Gett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ms. Hoffman. It's always good to have your deep knowledge of this subject in front of this committee. And I have some sort of deep questions here. As we move towards more renewable energy and hopefully under a clean energy standard, accounting for energy lost during transmission is going to be critical in ensuring that when we say we're getting 100% clean energy, we're really getting 100% clean energy. And if we don't account for energy loss, that may inadvertently create a loophole through which technical compliance with 100% clean energy standard could still allow carbon emissions because of energy loss. And so I'm wondering if you can tell me, does DOE have a good idea of how much energy is lost in electrical transmission?
So in general, I would say that electric transmission, there's about a 2% energy loss. Distribution systems are higher. Generally, the higher the voltage, the less loss on the transmission line.
Okay, and does it vary between different types of transmission lines, different parts of the country, different seasons, and so on?
So yes, Congresswoman, thank you for the question. It will vary depending on the type of material that's used in the transmission line, how long the transmission line is, and the other factors that you have brought up, not repeating them all. And so there is a variability in the losses from that.
Now, if DOE were asked to account for the energy lost along the different transmission lines, given those variables, would the department be able to do so?
So the department would be able to verify transmission losses in a controlled environment with our national laboratories. I would say that the utilities themselves could provide a very performance-based analysis with respect to the losses on their system. And so as we look at performance-based with utilities, that they should be able to provide a representation of that. In addition, I'm wondering if EIA probably also has some information in this space that could be useful.
Thank you. Now, in your testimony, you mentioned that your office has been making efforts to reduce energy loss transmission. Can you talk a little bit more about that work?
Yes. With the Department of Energy, what we really want to be able to do is maximize the capacity and utilization of our transmission system. So a lot of the technologies that we would look at really focus on a couple different areas. First is utilizing the maximum capacity of the line, which would be dynamic line ratings for the ability to really utilize those lines. Other technologies really comes along the lines of advanced conductors to be able to increase the efficiency of a transmission line. And so that's focused on composite conductors. There are various technologies out there, such as carbon reinforced conductors, that allow for additional throughput on transmission lines as a result of that technology.
Okay.
In addition, there's other sensors and capacity and materials for advancing transformers and efficiency of transformers. So we have a portfolio of programs, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss those.
I appreciate it too. We've had a robust discussion of the siting of transmission lines today in this committee. And one of the things that I think is important, which you mentioned, is the siting of lines across public lands, which is an issue we have a lot of in my state of Colorado, and it's a really important issue. You said that the Federal Power Act provides DOE the authority to coordinate federal authorization decisions on transmission, including setting deadlines for decision-making. So I'm wondering how that's worked.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for the question, and I guess this will date me a little bit in my experience and tenure in the Department of Energy. But back in 2009, DOE has done an MOU with our interagency partners, and that is called the lead agency designation as part of 216H in the Federal Power Act. And what this allowed was for us to develop and designate a lead agency. And in being a designated lead agency, that agency would establish milestones for projects.
Right, so I only have 13 seconds left, so let me ask you, those milestones and deadlines that have been set, have they actually been met?
So I would ask you to, it's been mixed. I would ask you to go to the Federal Infrastructure Permitting Steering Committee. There's a dashboard with several project examples that highlight which milestones have been met. So it's been a mixed success, and I think a work in progress.
Okay, mixed success. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the great state of Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Assistant Secretary Huffman, for being here. Assistant Secretary Huffman, what role do you think natural gas plays in the future of our electricity in our nation?
So natural gas is currently playing a role of providing flexibility in balancing variable resources and looking at providing support for the system. Similar to hydropower assets, it is providing that flexibility and support for the system.
And I have a concern that in the Clean Future Act, it says that basically we need to eliminate natural gas by 2035 for electricity generation. My concern is that that's is a fast time period. Many think that it's not achievable in that short of time period. Do you think, my concern is that that will increase prices to my constituents, utility costs, and also decrease reliability of the grid. Do you share my concern?
So with respect to natural gas, the opportunity exists for decarbonization with CCUS, carbon storage and capture. And as the department looks at alternative clean fuels, that is going to be the transition to a cleaner fuel infrastructure. And so I think the balance is going to be during that transition, the science and technology development that's going to have to occur for us to achieve those goals. I am not a natural gas expert, so I would be more than welcome to have the staff in the department collaborate with you on some of these discussions moving forward.
Thank you. You had brought up earlier in your testimony about Biden's 30 by 30 plan. I think you said that it would require 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. Is that correct? And I looked up, and it said the average wind turbine has a capacity of 2.55 megawatts. And so if I did my math right, that means it would require 11,765 offshore wind turbines to generate this amount of electricity. In a previous ENC committee hearing, we heard from former Secretary of Energy Moniz. And if my memory serves me correctly, he said that each offshore wind turbine takes 1 ton of critical materials, minerals, to build. And that, would require tons of excavating, processing, that type of thing. Considering that America now relies on foreign countries, sometimes adversary foreign countries like China, for our critical minerals, I think 100% of 17 critical minerals. Where do you propose that we get all of these critical minerals to build 11,765 offshore wind turbines?
So I understand that the Department of Energy and the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, there is an emphasis in looking at advanced materials and critical materials, as well as alternatives for replacing critical materials or looking for material alternatives. So I think it's important as we move forward to address these challenges, recognizing they are challenges, but still continue to move forward on what technology can do and what we can do in this space. So I recognize and I thank you for the question. These are very important issues that must be part of the dialogue and the conversation.
And thank you. And the reason that I bring these up is I have a general concern, and many of us do, that the timeline for switching to purely solar and wind is just totally unreasonable and will increase the cost to my constituents' utility. I have a lot of senior citizens on fixed incomes. In my congressional district, and they complain if their utility bill goes up by $5, let alone, you know, this 14 years, we're going to get rid of a reliable baseload energy and somehow think that we're going to replace it so soon. It's such a fast timeline, and the technology isn't there right now to do that. In fact, last night I talked to another former Secretary of Energy, and he thinks it's going to take 20, 25 years to have the right energy storage batteries that are needed to do this. And so that's my concern. I'm concerned about my constituents, the cost of electricity, and the reliability of the energy grid. I sure as heck do not want Arizona to have rolling blackouts like California does. Thank you. And I yield back.
The lady yields back. The chair now recognizes the esteemed jurist from the great state of North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me say good afternoon to you and to all of our colleagues. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership. Thank you for convening this very important hearing today. And on the subject of hybrid hearings, let me just say for the record that I share my colleagues' desire for us to come back together and reunite in the committee room. But my friends, we are not there yet. And I share the chairman's view that when we are convinced that all members, not just Republicans, but when all members and staff have been vaccinated, then we can return to in-person hearings. And I look forward for that to happen. I have great respect for the wellness of my colleagues, and I only ask that this attitude would be reciprocal. And thank you, Ms. Hoffman, for your testimony. Thank you for your many years of service. I'm from the great state of North Carolina. We have affordable retail electric rates in our state below the national average, which is very beneficial for low-income and rural residents who reside in my district. And so we must ensure that electricity consumers, like those not only in my district, but many of your districts, will continue to have access to affordable rates when upgrades are made to our transmission infrastructure. That's a great fear that I have. Although larger transmission projects are sometimes necessary, how can we ensure, and this is my question, how can we ensure that transmission providers also invest in the types of less expensive, non-wire alternatives that can keep rates low?
So thank you, Congressman, for the question. And it's very important as we think about transmission planning that we also consider non-transmission alternatives, energy storage, distributed energy resources, energy efficiency are all non-transmission alternatives that can provide a contribution as we move forward in meeting the President's clean energy goals. And so these are important aspects that every state must consider, transmission planners will consider moving forward of the consumer engagement in this part of the conversation as they look at their demand management, as they look at their consumption. And so I think these are critical dialogues that the states and the utility industry moving forward, it's important to discuss non-transmission alternatives.
Thank you for that. Electric utilities in my district, and many of them are owned by the municipalities and some are owned by electric co-ops, but they're all dependent on the lines that other transmission providers operate to deliver electricity to their consumers. And so my question to you now is whether through the bills we're discussing today or other things that we can do, how can we ensure that the services of existing electric utilities, like those in my district, remain robust when significant investments are made into our transmission infrastructure?
So Congressman, thank you for the question. You bring up a very important issue that we need to invest not only in the transmission system, but have strong distribution utilities, whether it be investor, municipal, or cooperative utilities, because a lot of that interface is really at the distribution level to the consumers. And so reliability is more significant at the distribution system, where a lot of the outages occur is on the transmission or is on the distribution system. So technology investment in the distribution system is really important as we move forward. A lot of things the department has been looking at are things such as microgrids for building resilience, looking at sensing and tools for asset management and strengthening the distribution utilities. So all these are very important, and we have to take a holistic picture of an electricity delivery system that includes both the transmission and the distribution system.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hoffman. Mr. Chairman, I have 45 seconds remaining. I'll compensate for Ms. Lesko's overrun, and we'll cancel out each other. Now you're back. Yes. I'm yelling back.
But the gentleman used back, the chair appreciates the gentleman's generosity, and now the chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's no doubt that updating and modernizing our transmission infrastructure is vital to ensuring energy reliability. In fact, ensuring energy reliability should be the primary focus as we move to address these problems legislatively. Unfortunately, that's not the case. This is now the 7th legislative hearing the committee has held to review the Clean Future Act, and I wonder what progress has been made. We've seen no changes to the bill text or even any consideration that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are open to making changes. Now, I understand that this bill, which is 981 pages and valued at over $500 billion in spending, may require additional time to review because of its length, but again, I question how this action is helping the hardworking Americans that sent us here to represent them. So I urge this committee to get back to working together. With respect to the legislation before us, I've heard specific concerns about overriding state and local energy policies, creating new problems by expanding FERC's transmission jurisdiction, passing the increase in energy prices off to the customers, failing to address the permitting process and timelines, and not to mention any others. So who is it that usually stops infrastructure projects anyway when we try to do them, even when funded? Well, honestly, it's mostly the Democrats and their supporters, trial lawyers, environmental activists. Do my Democrat colleagues plan to now support the use of eminent domain, for example, to build EV charging stations and power lines that supply them? Ignore environmental standards if the line has to go across a river or a stream? Do my colleagues plan to force federal agencies like FERC and other really Democrat-dominated federal agencies at the career level to look the other way? Because if you don't, the proposals in the Clean Futures Act can't happen, no matter how much money you throw at it. It's just not a practical timeline for the things that are being proposed. So, Ms. Hoffman, infrastructure build-out takes years to accomplish, and that is assuming there are no delays in the process, which, for the reasons I just stated, trial lawyers, environmental activists, there will be decades of delays. We've seen this. I'm not making this up. This happened in Indiana with Interstate 69 that we built from Evansville to Indianapolis. They started talking about it in 1969, and it's still not completed, and it'll be completed maybe in a couple of years. What stopped it? Eminent domain, trial lawyers, environmental activists, and others. If these projects were cost-effective or economic, maybe it would be a different story, but they're not. But how do you expect a government works project that will be sure to displace real private investment keep that kind of schedule? I mean, how can you keep the kind of schedule you're proposing?
So thank you, Congressman, for the question. The department stands ready to try and utilize every authority it has available.
So you're going to support use of eminent domain to take over private land to develop your projects?
So the Department of Energy is going to look at its authorities with respect to can it, with technical assistance to the states, with collaboration and transmission planning to best figure out where transmission can be developed.
So most transmission lines now aren't in the air, as you probably know, they're in the ground, right?
Yes.
That's just the way it is for a variety of reasons. So you're going to, or will you guys support the fact that when you try to get transmission lines across the Ohio River in southern Indiana and Kentucky, will you support burying those underneath the Ohio River and coming across to do that. You know, the power lines that are going to take to supply charging stations are not, you know, the electric cord you buy down at Home Depot, right? They're not 110 power outlets. These are, unless you want to spend 40 hours charging your car.
So the high voltage DC transmission lines are mostly underground, and they are part of the infrastructure.
And so are oil pipelines that have been shown to be the safest way to transmit oil, right? But that doesn't stop you all and the environmentalists from stopping those from happening. Well, at least in the United States. I mean, you can build a pipeline from Russia to Germany, but you can't build one from Canada to the US. So this will be the same thing. So what you're saying is you don't think that you don't think that your timeline is a problem?
Congressman, I think it's important for us to push our timeline, to push the capacity and the capability with respect to the resources that the Department of Energy has to offer with assistance, coordination with the federal agencies. And so it is really trying to make a best effort to meet the timeline with the authorities, but also the partnerships and collaborations that are necessary to get this done.
Fair enough. I yield back.
Someone yields back. The chair now recognizes the widow of our late and great colleague, Congressman Bob Matsui, Miss Doris Matsui, who is great in her own right. She's now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the hearing very much. And I appreciate also Assistant Secretary Hoffman for being here today as one of our witnesses. You know, throughout my time in Congress, I've spearheaded initiatives such as the Clean and Efficient Cars Act and enacted legislation to reauthorize the Diesel Emissions Reduction Act. Now, these efforts will help expedite the transition to light, medium, and heavy-duty electric vehicles and lower carbon emissions and air pollution from the transportation sector. Ms. Hoffman, how will transportation electrification affect the transmission system, and what actions should Congress take to ensure that a transmission system will meet the demands of this transition?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for your question. I think it's an exciting development and opportunity in the vehicle industry with electrification of vehicles, heavy-duty vehicles. The announcement of the Ford F-150 is an exciting opportunity, as well as fixed-use vehicles and the continued electrification of those vehicles. With this electrification is going to end up resulting in an increase in demand for electricity, and therefore really investments in our transmission, but our distribution system as we look at charging stations and how we're going to build that infrastructure out. So recognizing this increase in demand, we are going to have to modernize our distribution system, look at technologies such as smart charging environments so that we can actually manage the different charging cycles with respect to electric vehicle and charging capacity.
Okay, well, thank you. In my home district, the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, also known as SMUD, has committed to decarbonization by becoming the first utility company in the nation to lay out a plan to completely eliminate carbon emissions from its power supply by 2030. To support the achievement of this ambitious goal, we must bridge the gap between clean energy generation from remote locations to urban areas such as Sacramento. Ms. Hoffman, what are the most important investments that Congress can make on our transmission system to support decarbonization of our power sector?
So thank you, and I recognize SMUD's achievement with respect to their goals and being a very forward-leaning utility and looking at decarbonization. With respect to investments on the transmission system and the priorities, really goes after increasing the capacity of the existing system with grid-enhancing technologies such as dynamic line rating, energy storage technologies, reconductoring of our transmission system. And then it really goes after what is the investments needed to build new transmission in the United States, including high voltage DC transmission, and a transmission planning process that allows for collaborative dialogue and interactions with the states on transmission planning.
All right, Thank you. One of our goals as we build back better is to focus on environmental justice and energy equity. Initiatives like the Trees Act, my bill to reduce energy bills through residential tree planting, can be used to lower home electricity costs while combating heat islands. Ms. Hoffman, in your testimony, you mentioned that an enhanced grid supports environmental justice and economic development and allows underrepresented and underserved communities to access clean energy. Can you explain how today's bills will support environmental justice and energy equity, and how a robust transmission build-out will help achieve these goals?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for the question. Environmental justice is an important, and energy justice is an important objective of the Secretary. Justice 40 is an effort looking at 40% of the benefits going to economic disadvantaged communities. As we look at transmission investments, one of the things that I can directly highlight is looking at the loan program office that has the ability to provide loans to tribal nations for transmission development and infrastructure investments. And so that is an opportunity to really directly take advantage of it. But in addition, we look at transmission as being an economic enabler to allowing, as you have access to reliable electricity, it is an incentive for economic development and manufacturing in the United States. And so a lot of that really provides opportunities in communities.
No, thank you very much. And I truly believe this is an important time to really consider all communities as we move forward and look at what we're going to be doing in the future. Thank you very much for your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you.
No lady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush and Ranking Member Upton, for holding this hearing, and thank you, Assistant Secretary Hoffman, for being with us today. You know, as the head of the Office of Electricity, you play a key role in advancing grid modernization efforts that could benefit the Hoosiers in my Indiana 6th District, where we have coal, natural gas, wind, and solar. Modernizing our transmission system for the 21st century isn't a partisan issue, and I'm all of the above type of individual. However, the self-imposed timeliness, as you've heard today, of the Clean Future Act and the administration's commitments, in my opinion, are unworkable, unrealistic, and may be incredibly costly. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to sit down with Ms. Miso, I think which you mentioned earlier, in Carmel, Indiana. In their estimation, by 2030, ensuring reliability and affordability, generation mix in the region could be 32% renewable energy and 55% fossil fuels. In other words, the lead entity ensuring reliability in my grid does not find it feasible to meet the administration's goal of carbon-free power by 2035 and the stringent timeline of the Democrats' clean energy standards. Our grid has taken over a century and a half to build, but some of my colleagues are talking about replicating this network in a mere 15 years. We should be supporting private industry stakeholders across the country that are already investing to bring our shared goal into reality. In fact, just in Indiana, the utilities across my state have invested over $2 billion annually to upgrade transmission and smart grid capabilities. There needs to be a landing strip for this committee to work together on modernizing our grid. This can be done by leveraging private investment into transmission technologies and maintaining local authority, which I, like my fellow Hoosier, Congressman Bashan has pointed out, that's a big deal in putting windmills and solar panels. It's just people have fought back at that tooth and nail. Pressuring utilities to meet unrealistic timeliness will only sacrifice reliability and will most likely lead to steep increases in electricity prices for my ratepayers and probably higher taxes. I wish my colleagues would support efforts to streamline permitting and construction costs to leverage private investment without superseding local authority. The ambitious timeliness to integrate renewable energy into our grid rely too heavily on technology that, in my opinion, is not ready to provide sufficient service at a cost that is reasonable. You know, earlier you talked about technologies that would deliver to retail. I know that some of the things that are happening in Europe, delivering charging stations, the locations have to spend, in some cases, millions of dollars to be able to put in the grid stations. And I suggest that you take a look at that, and I'd be happy to help with that information. As one example, you already know modernized grids will need to provide dispatchable, flexible energy supply to make up for the variability of wind and solar. However, current battery storage technologies are not yet ready to provide more than a short-term backstop. Here's my question, Assistant Secretary Hoffman. Can you talk about some of the successful grid modernization R&D initiatives that the tools you mentioned earlier have helped the private sector to develop economic alternatives to achieve this administration's timeline?
So thank you, Congressman, for the question. Through the Grid Modernization Initiative, we've really been working on developing advanced technologies and capabilities in support of the utility sector. And some of the things that we've looked at is sensors for asset management to improve the utilization of the electric grid. And so some of the—
If I may, just specifically, I'm running out of time. So has private industry implemented some of those things you have developed or recommended?
Congressman, yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Castor, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that we focused a lot about the cost on consumers and affordability during this hearing. The truth is the status quo is really hurting consumers. A January 2021 report from the Americans for a Clean Energy Grid found that the backlog in the interconnection queue is needlessly increasing electricity costs for consumers by delaying the construction of new projects, which are cheaper than the existing electricity production. It also found that the risk from the uncertainty of the interconnection process significantly increases the cost of capital for generation developers, a lot of folks in the private sector, which increases the cost of energy for customers. So to address this traffic jam that we have, last week I introduced the Efficient Grid Interconnection Act to help families power their homes with affordable and abundant clean energy, reduce the costly transmission congestion, and help connect more low-cost renewable energy to the electric grid. Assistant Secretary Hoffman, thank you so much for being here today. There was another study last month out of the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory that found that about 680 gigawatts of zero carbon energy was stuck in these interconnection queues nationwide. That's nearly 5 times the nation's existing wind and solar capacity. The average wait time is about 3.5 years. So that's just completely frustrating what businesses, what states, communities are trying to do, what the federal government's trying to do to increase clean energy. So tell us how, and thank you, because DOE provided some input on my bill. Just explain in real world terms how everyday Americans would benefit by clearing out these interconnection queues.
Thank you, Congresswoman Castor, for your question, your comments, and your bill. The cost allocation and interconnection queues is a huge issue. I would say on the positive side, it shows the excitement for the development of clean energy generation in the United States. It also identifies the challenges, the 3.5 years for getting a technology connected to the grid, and that is the purpose of an interconnection queue, is to do a study on what system upgrades are required to allow that technology to connect to the grid. And so it's very important that we take a holistic approach as we think about the renewable energies, energy storage, and technologies we want to connect to the grid, what the system upgrades are that are required, and how to allocate cost for upgrading that system. And that is really the debate of the discussion around interconnection queues, is how to best do that on an individual project basis, or what some interconnections are doing as cluster studies. And so, but this is a really important issue. It's under the jurisdiction of FERC, but the Department of Energy will continue to provide some technical assistance, as we have done through Lawrence Berkeley Laboratory, to identify and help really analyze some of these issues.
And this would be a huge job creator, don't you agree?
Yes, of course, having the additional generation come on board, there's different studies identifying the potential opportunities for job creation, not only in the transmission side, but on the generation side. Good quality jobs, a variety of jobs, from the engineering field to construction jobs to the service industry. So it is a very important topic.
I think we'll hear about that in the second panel as well. On the transmission siting assistance, the help for states and local communities to do a lot of the planning that can save money and lawsuits down the road, your office is going to be tasked with providing that technical assistance, and you already explained to Chairman Plone how it would help, but I want to ask you a slightly different question. If we were to increase development of these interstate high voltage transmission lines, what impact do you think it will have on jobs in rural communities, middle America?
So thank you, Congresswoman, for the question. Once again, the transmission really provides access to clean energy resources in remote locations, and really will bring it to all communities in the United States. Allowing for that access of clean energy allows for economic development. It allows for job creation. And so that really becomes a stimulus for a strong economy moving forward. And so rural communities will be able to take advantage of it, as well as the administration's effort with energy justice and really concentrating on disadvantaged communities and allowing for those benefits to be clearly directed and allocated to communities is an important role.
Thank you very much. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being here. So one of the things that's not in the Clean Futures Act is litigation reform. And actually, the federal backstop authority, when we're talking about disagreement among states, is important. But I mean, people hate utilitarian infrastructure projects regardless of what they are. And I've been warning about this for even longer than my time in Congress. The opponents of these projects are going to utilize a lot of what they've learned in pipeline litigation. I mean, these tactics have been being used against those types of projects for the last 20 years. And you're seeing it right now. You have the Missouri Grain Belt Express, which is essentially taking wind from Kansas and trying to transfer it to the East Coast. And common carrier, public utility, eminent domain, all of those issues are being brought up. There was an offshore wind project in Martha's Vineyard that was opposed by commercial fishermen. It was opposed by a lot of other people, but that was the avenue in which they went with. And I think that's important, right? If you don't like the project, you don't necessarily oppose it in your backyard. You go to bottlenecks. You go to different places. And I'll bring that up in a second. I mean, there was a Maine project that was only in Maine because New Hampshire had already denied it, which was bringing hydropower from Canada to New England. I mean, this isn't oil, this isn't coal, this isn't natural gas, this isn't nuclear, it's hydropower. And that was opposed, I mean, by the Sierra Club, landowners, and the oil and gas industry, or the carbon industry. So as we talk about these things and we move forward, and I mean, when we talk about collaboration between DOE and the states, I think before we get there, we have to talk about particularly where some of these bottlenecks occur. And I'm just gonna use Highway 85 in North Dakota as an example. It's an interstate highway. It connects the southern part of North Dakota to the northern part. We have a tremendous amount of oil and gas production up there, but we also have a lot of renewables up there. So just by going across that, because it's a national bottleneck, you hit the National Park Service, the Fort Berthold Reservation, Lake Sakakawea, both the Missouri River and the Little Missouri Scenic River. So in order to deal with anything up there, you have to deal with the BIA, the EPA, FERC, DOT, Corps of Engineers, Interior, BLM, the Forest Service, the National Park Service, County Zoning, County Commission, North Dakota Petroleum Council, Department of Environmental Quality, and the Industrial Commission. And so when we talk about collaborating and doing all of these things, I think it's important to remember that most of the litigation around these things is actually, and court decisions aren't actually, it's on court interpretations or agency interpretation of a law or a regulation and not the underlying law itself. So just my question for you from Department of Energy, who's in charge of safety, security, and reliability of the grid, maybe before we go to collaborating with the states, we need to figure out how to shrink down the voluminous amount of paper we have to deal with in these bottlenecks, because every single one of those pieces of paper is a potential litigation, right? A plaintiff's lawyer doesn't care if you complied with BLM if what you put in the Park Service permit was different. All they care about is the difference, and they don't have to win these. And before we talk about, replacing existing transmission with more efficient transmission, I would just point to the Enbridge pipeline in Minnesota, right? They're not putting a new pipeline in. They're taking an old pipeline and replacing it in the same spot with a new pipeline. So these are all things that, again, I think it's been borne out, right? If you care about a monarch butterfly or a prairie chicken or a sage grouse or any of those different things, we didn't even talk about the Environment Endangered Species Act. You don't particularly care what's bifurcating the habitat. You just care that the habitat's being bifurcated. So are you guys working with other federal agencies to figure out, I just personally, I'm an old trial lawyer, so I think the less amount of paper, the less litigation you have. So when we're dealing with these issues, how are we going to coordinate amongst federal agencies so people only have to reply once to one thing? Because under current law, you have to reply to every single one of them.
So Congressman, thank you for the comments, and you bring up the crux of the issue and the heart of the issue with respect to litigation of projects, and projects are litigated. And the need here is really having folks as collaborating agencies so we do the process once and not more of a linear process that ends up going back and forth and creates more paperwork and more volumes of materials. And so I think we have to think about this. I think we have to really think about how agencies can be collaborating agencies so we do the process once. But you really highlight the crux of a huge challenge in building infrastructure in the United States.
And I just want to be clear before I end with 4 seconds. We need to do it with the states too, but I think the federal government needs to get its house in order first. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
Yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hoffman, thank you for your very helpful testimony. Can you outline some of the really practical impediments about building out the grid, renewable energy to where it's needed? Also, are there some things that can be done on the permit process that will expedite it, obviously without compromising local concerns and environmental concerns?
So thank you, Congressman, for the question. And the impediments for building transmission really come in several categories. One is financing of transmission. The second is permitting and siting of transmission and making sure that the costs are allocated appropriate for transmission, as well as being able to come up with a national transmission plan and looking at planning of transmission moving forward. So I would say that those are the major challenges that we all face in looking at how we build this important infrastructure moving forward. With respect to your second part.
I want to stay, go ahead. I wanted to stay on that a bit because we're all interested in getting the transmission system we need for reliability and also to get the power from where it's generated to where it's needed. But is there progress that's being made on the very real world challenges about how you permit that? And will the transmission, is it anticipated that will mainly be in high transmission wires?
So thank you for the question. I do believe there is progress being made as we look at technology solutions with respect to increasing the efficiency of the transmission system, as well as a recognition by the states the need for transmission to really enable clean energy deployment. 19 states have targets for net zero, as well as other states have enabled utilities or really directed utilities to invest in clean energy. So I think the movement and the recognition is there. Now, the procedural ways of how do we become collaborating entities as we look at transmission siting, that is real, or permitting, that is really where we're going to have to go after moving forward to continue to make progress.
Okay, so what are the benefits of the president's proposed grid deployment authority?
So thank you. The Grid Deployment Authority provides an opportunity for us to really bring together the authorities in the department, as well as the technical assistance that the department would provide under one umbrella or under a central location, so that we can be very effective as we look at transmission development. You could take a look at the example of, say, offshore wind, and where we really want to do that technical assistance, the consultation with the states, as well as a transmission planning strategy moving forward.
Okay, Representative Clark and I are going to be introducing the Federal Energy Efficiency Standard. What role do you see that as potentially playing in achieving the goal of massive reduction of carbon emissions?
Thank you, Congressman. Non-transmission alternatives such as energy efficiency, demand response, energy storage, all play an important role with respect to consumer engagement and on-site resources in supporting the administration's goals. So those are opportunities really to really get ahead of the game by instilling in really deploying energy efficiency measures.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Thank you for an excellent hearing.
Gentlemen, yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, for 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very grateful for you taking the time and for the opportunity to hear again from Acting Assistant Secretary Hoffman. As you referenced in your testimony, the evolution to a clean grid poses significant challenges for how our nation moves electricity. Our most promising sources of wind energy are in the interior and offshore, far away from the major urban areas where electricity is most needed. So we must reevaluate how the grid operates and where it is built to take advantage of these resources. This is no small task and an issue that this subcommittee should examine in a bipartisan way. New England is blessed with vast offshore wind resources, which, if properly utilized, have the potential to meet the region's energy needs. ISO New England, the entity responsible for managing our power markets in the Northeast, recently conducted a study of the region's ability to incorporate offshore wind into the grid. It found that the southern part of our grid could take roughly 6 gigawatts of new offshore wind before serious upgrades to the region's transmission infrastructure are necessary. So, Acting Assistant Secretary Hoffman, how could President Biden's American Jobs Plan help New England meet its carbon-free energy production goals through transmission infrastructure improvements?
So thank you, Congresswoman, for the question. I think you highlighted really the important opportunity, which is really to be able to access that generation that's available in the New England states and be able to access that for the benefit of the consumers in the region. Transmission also provides the opportunity where necessary and needed is to be able to transmit clean energy generation from other regions of the country, as well as supporting the reliability and resilience of the region when resources potentially are not available. So from a perspective, transmission is really a key component and attribute to the clean energy strategy. It is a must-build investment as we move forward, and I appreciate your question.
Great, thank you. Now, one of the barriers to bringing new clean energy resources online are interconnection queues, where projects wait as the cost of plugging them into the grid is evaluated. Once that cost is determined, clean energy producers are forced to pay for any upgrades necessary to move new clean electricity onto the grid. However, when a project in New England is necessary for the grid's reliability, the costs of the upgrade are spread throughout the market. Our country, our planet faces an existential threat due to climate change. In the same way that everyone benefits from reliable electric grid, so too will all customers benefit from a clean grid. And a grid with more clean energy resources is also a more reliable grid. Acting Assistant Secretary Hoffman, what role could the DOE play in supporting our efforts to make interconnection queues more efficient and ensure that costs of plugging new projects into the grid are allocated fairly?
So thank you, Congresswoman, for the question, and it's a really important issue that you bring up to be addressed as part of this hearing today, and that the interconnection queue is a roadblock with respect to how do we get more clean energy deployed on the electric grid. The Department of Energy does not have the primary responsibility for cost allocation with respect to technologies that are in the interconnection queue, but we do have the resources of the national laboratories to really take a hard look at the generation that is in the interconnection queue, upgrade requirements, the benefits and approaches for thinking about how to be innovative with respect to cost allocation moving forward, going beyond a single generator being responsible for providing upgrades to really looking at some of the approaches that others are taking of really cost cluster studies or other opportunities for cost allocation moving forward. And so I think the value that we have is really looking at what is the optimal set of upgrades that could be done, how do we minimize the cost, but how do we really look at the strategy for allocating cost.
Great, well, thank you very much. I did have one more question that I'll submit for the record on how we can most effectively incorporate clean electricity projects into our existing transmission infrastructure, but my time is up, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Mardigan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush, for holding this important hearing on how investing in a national U.S. power grid would make electricity cleaner and cheaper while creating hundreds of thousands of jobs. As we see heat waves and record temperatures throughout the West, this puts a strain on our electric grid. Power outages are a constant concern and can endanger people who lose air conditioning and are unable to escape the heat. Assistant Secretary Hoffman, a recent 2021 Government Accountability Office report on the impact of climate change on the electric grid recommended a Department of Energy-wide strategy to enhance the resilience of the grid to climate change. Is there a department-wide strategy to improve the resilience of the grid to climate change or plans to create one?
So thank you very much for the question. I will take that question back, but I do believe that the department is looking at a climate strategy with respect to climate adaptation, but look at the resilience of the electric grid. We have had several efforts where we've looked at how do we harden our infrastructure, how do we look at investments, whether it's local generation, distributed energy resources, microgrids, looking at a wide variety of technology solutions for investing in the resilience of our electric grid, as well as evaluating interdependencies and different, what I will say, extreme weather conditions that could impact the operations of the electric grid. So I thank you for your question, and I look forward to the further dialogue that we can have on this topic.
Well, thank you. My next question is to connect renewable projects to the transmission grid in a timely and cost-effective manner. Interconnection reform is essential. While the current process worked when we connected large power plants to the transmission grid, looking ahead, we will have smaller but more numerous renewable projects seeking interconnection. Connecting a renewable project to the grid could take around 3 years. What is the most efficient way to promote interconnection for renewable projects to the transmission grid?
So thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. The interconnection queue is one of the biggest challenges for connecting generation to the electric grid. And really an analysis needs to be done on how do we do this in a very streamlined fashion. Individual project analysis for interconnection studies are not the most efficient way to go in moving forward. So although the interconnection queue is not, and cost allocation under that is not the responsibility of the department, I do believe the department can provide some analysis on system upgrades, really looking at priorities for upgrades and maybe taking a larger, more systematic approach and analysis through the national laboratories to help streamline and maybe move the interconnection queue process moving forward.
Thank you. My last question is, how can building a national energy grid help support the deployment of electric vehicles throughout the country?
So thank you very much for the question. It's a huge opportunity as we continue to invest in technologies that will accelerate the electrification of our vehicle fleet in the United States. The transmission system plays a critical role in enabling that continued advancement in the transportation sector. What we really want to do is really upgrade the distribution system, make sure that we have smart charging is incorporated as part of the distribution system so that we can actually charge with providing charging electric vehicles while providing minimal impact to the distribution system. So some of those are the technology and operational areas that we can invest in moving forward.
Well, thank you, Assistant Secretary, for your testimony and your work. We, the committee, and myself are looking forward to working with you to address this critical issue along with climate, environment, energy. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. And with that, this concludes our first panel of witnesses. Madam Assistant Secretary Hoffman, I want to thank you for appearing before the subcommittee today. Thank you for your excellent testimony and for your endurance. You answered the questions of our members to their greatest conclusion, and we certainly want to commend you for your appearance and for your answers. This concludes our first panel, and we have a vote that is occurring on the floor. So the chair would ask that the committee stand in recess for until 10 minutes after the final vote is taken, and before the last vote, 10 minutes after the end of the last vote. So I would the committee now stands in recess until 10 minutes after the conclusion of the last vote. on the subcommittee on energy hearing will reconvene, and I'm going to restate statement that I had read at the beginning of the hearing. In order to provide our technical and digital staff with notice of the hearing start, I'm going to count down from 5 before calling the hearing to order. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The subcommittee on energy will now come to order. This is our phase 2, and we have before us 4 new witnesses for the second panel of witnesses for today's hearing. And it's my privilege now to introduce those witnesses. First is Dr. Susan Kearney. Dr. Kearney is a senior advisor for the analysis group. A second witness is Mr. Rob Bramlett, who is the founder and president of Grid Strategies, LLC. Next, we have Mr. Lee Anderson, Government Affairs Director of the Utility Workers Union of America. And last but not least, the Honorable Tony Clark, who is the Senior Advisor for Wilkinson, Barker, Noah, LMP. And I want to thank each and every one of our witnesses for joining us today. And we look forward to your testimony. Dr. Turney, you are now recognized for 5 minutes, Dr. Turney. You're muted, Dr. Turney. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Turney is experiencing some technical difficulties, so why don't we proceed until we are able to eliminate the technical difficulties for Dr. Turney. Mr. Bramlett, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush, Ranking Member Upton, members of the subcommittee for holding this important issue, focusing on transmission and inviting me to testify. My name is Rob Gramlich. I work with clean energy buyers and sellers, states, grid operators, and others interested in low-cost decarbonization and grid resilience. A few of my reports were mentioned in the committee memo with Americans for a Clean Energy Grid, which is one group that I lead. My background has been on transmission and power markets my entire career. My public sector experience was with a chairman of FERC. He was a Republican member and appointed by President Bush. And I note that last time I was here, I was a Republican witness, and the hearing was actually very similar. The content of the hearing, a couple of the witnesses are the same, and I'm going to say the same exact thing, so I hope I don't disappoint you. But I say that because transmission is a bipartisan issue. It is, and it should be. Back in those days when the Bush team was in charge around here, transmission was more led by Republicans. These days you see more Democrats out front, but whoever's out front, I think both sides can get on board. And we have just a couple of differences from that May 2018 hearing, and that is that we have a few specific legislative provisions now to discuss that have been vetted over the last few years since that hearing, and I think the politics and the policies are now ready to go, and it's time for Congress to act. A few bipartisan messages while I'm on that theme are, number one, everyone wants reliable and resilient power. A lot of the discussion this morning was about interregional transmission. Well, whatever you think about how much we need to decarbonize or how fast, that same interregional transmission is exactly what we need to keep the lights on. We saw what happened in Texas when their interregional capacity was limited. That's not what anybody wants to see. The other regions that had interregional transmission capacity did keep the lights on. People were safe. So for whatever reason you may come to it, interregional and large regional transmission capacity and delivering power over large geographic areas is critical to our safety, to our economy, to just about everything we do in modern society at home and at work. So everyone wants reliable power. Transmission's critical to that. Number two, another bipartisan message, I think, is that transmission should be planned for future load and generation. A lot of utilities, a lot of end-use customers have certain resource choices that they are making, whether or not they're driven by federal policy or state policy, whatever's motivated them. We know a lot about what the resource mix is that consumers are asking for and that utilities are putting into their plans. And so it seems just obvious that we should plan the transmission system for those generating resources. We know the generation side about as much as we know the load side. We can estimate both. We need to plan the transmission to connect the two. Number three, bipartisan message, the barriers to building large-scale regional and interregional transmission fall into the categories of, we call them the 3 Ps, planning, permitting, paying. You heard about that this morning. I think both sides acknowledge the barriers there, and also that public policy changes are needed to address those barriers. And then finally, in the context of the news today and this week about infrastructure legislation, hopefully bipartisan, transmission is infrastructure. In fact, it's underlying core infrastructure when you think about how necessary it is for food, water, medical, and first responder services. All of those other infrastructure types rely on electricity, which relies on transmission. So transmission is really fundamental infrastructure for modern society. So those 4 points, I think, reflect or provide a good, solid bipartisan foundation for this hearing and this committee's work. And in my written testimony, I comment on some of the specific provisions that were put forth for this hearing. I think the Clean Future Act, Section 211 to 218 are the transmission provisions. Those are a great start. There are a couple of updates or more recent modifications, including Representative Caston's Interregional Planning Bill, H.R. 2678, Representative Peters' Power On Act, H.R. 1514, Representative Castor's new Interconnection bill. I also recommend a provision that's over in the Senate side, the Senator Manchin discussion draft on a transmission facilitation program. I know the tax credit's not in this committee's jurisdiction, but that would be great for transmission. And so with that, my time is up, and I will turn it back. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Grambling. And now we'll return back to regular order. I understand that Dr. Tierney's microphone is working. So Dr. Tierney, you are recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Chairman Rush, thank you for your patience. I'm really sorry. We try to get this right every time, and sometimes there's blips. Ranking Member Upton and members of the subcommittee, it's just wonderful to be here, and I really appreciate it. I have 2 main points to share with you today. First, expansion of the nation's electric grid is essential to our country's energy transition. And second, the bills at the heart of today's hearings would constructively address very persistent impediments to planning for, investment in, and siting of transmission infrastructure that is so needed for the U.S. electric system to be fit for purpose in the 21st century. I'm testifying here on my own behalf, but in my written and oral testimony, I point to various relevant findings and recommendations of several reports of the national academies, committees on which I have recently served. These committees recently released 2 reports, the Future of the Electric Power Study and a Decarbonization Study. I am extremely pleased that many of the findings and recommendations in our 2 reports align so strongly with the purposes and provisions of the bills. The 4 bills under consideration would deftly tackle many of the toughest challenges that frustrate responsible expansion of the nation's transmission grid. Let me go through 5 challenges very briefly. The first is addressing difficulties in siting interstate transmission projects and regions' public policy objectives, such as opening up access to renewable energy resources, reducing local pollution, and reducing congestion and cost to consumers. The Clean Future Act would provide needed clarity on the goals that may be supported by transmission expansion and include not only electric system reliability and economic efficiency, but also reducing air pollution and providing access to regions with abundant renewable resources. The National Academy's Future of Electric Power study recommended that Congress establish a national transmission policy to rely on the transmission system to support energy diversity, energy security, the nation's equitable transition to lower carbon energy system. And the decarbonization study made similar recommendations. The Clean Future Act nicely articulates such important elements of a national transmission policy. Challenge number 2, facilitating development of economical renewable electricity projects by planning for and opening up transmission access to regions with abundant and high quality renewable energy. The Clean Future Act would broaden the current definition of national interest transmission corridors to focus on those that are high priority for saving consumers money and for accessing and integrating location-specific renewable resources. The Interregional Transmission Planning and Improvement Act would direct FERC to take rulemaking steps to increase the effectiveness of interregional transmission planning. These bills would address important potential transmission connections across regions to help with reliability, resilience, access to transmission to make sure that renewable resources are available. Challenge number 3, strengthening the role of national needs in regulatory approvals of certain interstate transmission construction projects. The Clean Future Act would clarify the conditions under which FERC would have authority to issue permits for construction of transmission projects in high priority corridors and encourage the states to look at regional benefits when they review projects within their own borders. Challenge number 4, recognizing the benefits that accrue to states and their citizens when through transmission enhancements, they have access to broader interstate electrical regions and to the economic resiliency, reliability, and public health outcomes that those larger and more diverse regions can provide. The Clean Future Act would direct FERC and the Department of Energy to undertake and implement actions to improve this transmission planning. And each of the 4 bills that are under consideration here today would help with that. Finally, there are 2 other elements that address the 5th challenge of ensuring that transmission enhancements only occur when they are needed. And this is done through the Clean Futures Act clarification of the importance of non-wires alternatives in avoiding transmission where possible. And secondly, the Clean Future Act and the Power On Act would support the essential role that tribes, localities, and states must play in transmission planning and energy facility siting. The Academy's Future of Electric Power study and the decarbonization study recommended the same financial incentives and analytic support to states, tribes, and localities so that they can have a meaningful role in this process. Thank you.
I want to thank you. Our next witness is Mr. Lee Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you have 5 minutes for the purpose of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you quite well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Rush. Thank you to Ranking Member Upton and to the distinguished members of the subcommittee. My name is Lee Anderson. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Utility Workers Union of America. Our union represents around 50,000 workers in the electric, gas, and water utility sectors. Our members have deep experience in operating, maintaining, and repairing the transmission grid. These are highly skilled jobs, and many of these disciplines require individuals to participate in an apprenticeship consisting of 1,000 hours of on-the-job training delivered through labor management partnerships and include attendance at community colleges and other training facilities. Just as businesses depend on transportation systems, such as roads, railways, and ports, for delivery of goods and services, electricity requires its own transportation, the wires needed to carry the electrons that are our product. Power transmission is, in that respect, perhaps more fundamental to underpinning the entire economy than any other system. By some estimates, transmission investment holds the potential to create upwards of 240,000 direct jobs just in the build out of those systems alone. In the emerging offshore wind industry, for example, we see an industry which will require thousands of new workers to be trained for integrating power into the grid via transmission infrastructure to move the electrons from the towers to the shore and onto load centers. We see several examples as to how transmission investment will benefit build out of the transmission grid for the offshore industry in some early areas. In Massachusetts, transmission terminations are planned to be at the Mystic Power Plant site and the former Pilgrim Nuclear Station. Also at the former Brayton Point Power Plant site, the planned Embark Renewable Energy Center will include an offshore wind logistics port, a manufacturing hub and support center, a battery storage facility, a converter station, and solar power arrays. In Connecticut, transmission terminations are planned to be at the Bridgeport Power Plant, previously the site of one of the last coal-fired power plants in New England. The project would now share that location with a new gas-fired power plant, making the site itself a blend of generation technologies. In New York, the UWA has partnered with community colleges and offshore developers to begin designing a training program for the necessary workers. Here again, some of the earliest jobs will be in transmission upgrades and build out at sites around New York City. Another example of how significant transmission build out can transform the grid and grow the economy is with advanced nuclear technology. Recently, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm, Governor Mark Gordon, and Senator John Barrasso came together in Wyoming to announce that an advanced nuclear reactor built in partnership by TerraPower and PacifiCorp would be located in that state. Training former coal-fired power plant workers to work in a nuclear power plant not only solves a challenge utilities face as they work to enhance grid reliability and stability while meeting decarbonization and emissions reduction goals, but also supports high-paying union jobs that will last decades while reestablishing a highly specialized nuclear talent pipeline. However, without the energy highways linking our members in Wyoming to large population centers in surrounding states, the future of their energy jobs would be bleak. In this respect, transmission lines are truly economic lifelines for what would otherwise be stranded workers and communities. If the future of power generation is tech neutral, as we believe, nothing is more integral nor more tech neutral than the transmission systems that will carry the electrons from every power source in America to load centers around the country. These kinds of large-scale transmission investments are exactly how an already existing and experienced workforce will pave the way to an all-of-the-above energy future. The health of our communities, well-being of our union's members, and competitiveness of our economy requires this type of action. I thank you for the opportunity today to be a part of these proceedings. I look forward to answering your questions.
Chair, thanks, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Clark, you're now recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Rush, Ranking Member Upton, and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. For your record, my name is Tony Clark, Senior Advisor at Wilkinson, Barker, Nauer, and former FERC Commissioner, in which capacity I've appeared before you in the past. I'll begin by emphasizing something that I think you've heard a lot today from all of the panelists and indeed from members of the committee, which is the importance of electric transmission, as it is an integral part of the electricity delivery system in our country. Properly planned and constructed, high-voltage transmission facilitates numerous customer benefits. When it comes to reforming transmission policy, I'd urge the committee to follow the following principles. First of all, bottoms up, not top down. Any regional effort or any effort at interregional and regional planning and cost allocation for electric transmission should reflect the plans that are developed first at the state and local levels. They should not be an imposition of a predetermined federal solution that may not meet the needs of end-use customers in each of the states. Put another way, transmission and generation projects exist to support consumers. Consumers do not exist to support specific generation and transmission projects. As such, any regional or interregional coordination must build upon what's being done at the state and utility level, not the other way around. Second, respect regional differences. There is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to generating and transmitting electricity in the United States. This is a large country with diverse natural resource bases, very different regional supply and demand characteristics. This diversity should caution against the federal government adopting policies that assume all regions need to meet their needs in the exact same way. Indeed, transmission might be the best way to serve customers in a particular state or region. But in another state or region, those goals might be better met by accessing, for example, generation that's closer to load. Having said that, I do fully support efforts to decrease roadblocks to needed transmission investment. I would say as a side note, I was heartened recently by an announcement by FERC and NARUC, the association that represents state utility commissioners, of a federal task force on electric transmission. It seems to me that those sort of bottom-up efforts are exactly the kind of collaborative approaches that can ensure customers are put at the center of a energy grid transition. Yet I would be remiss if I did not note my concerns that I had outlined in my submitted testimony that I do have with certain aspects of the pending legislation. I believe that the wrong outcome would be to put the federal government in the position of determining for states how their customers should be served. What I don't think you would want to have happen is someone sitting in a conference room in Washington, D.C., drawing bubbles around certain areas of the map where there are windy areas and other areas of the map where there are load centers, and then drawing a line in between the two and developing plans based simply off that. Under that scenario, you could see then the power of the federal government being able to overrule local siting and zoning protections. Once completed those projects, it's at least not outside the realm of possibility that the cost for those could be socialized across an interconnection. That sort of income could have unintended consequences on local sources of generation, potentially consumer costs, other clean energy investments that are already being made at the local level, and operations on the RTOs and ISOs themselves. Now, while that outcome may not be what the committee intends, the language of the bill, at least as written, would not seem to entirely preclude such a process either. If it's not the intention of the committee, my suggestion would be to simply say so in the bill itself. Finally, I would recommend deleting closely related language mandating RTOs and ISOs and establishing a so-called quote-unquote right to clean energy. While I believe RTOs do certain things well, they may not be the only way to achieve clean energy goals. In fact, RTOs were not really designed to promote one particular resource over another, and they're not a cure-all for procuring clean energy. This conundrum is at the heart of the present multiple crises existing RTOs related to price formation challenges in states that are unhappy with the generation resource mix that are being procured by the RTO. RTOs may not be the best solution for all areas of the country, so this should remain a local decision. Regarding the establishment of a federal right to clean energy, the language would likely create a scenario where large corporate energy purchasers would be able to use their buying power to directly procure one particular source of generation at preferential rates, while shifting other system costs, like maintaining 24/7 reliability, to other customers. This could become the sort of haphazard deregulation of the retail electricity business. Traditional retail regulatory rules exist at the state level to hold other consumers harmless, when certain buyers wish to procure their energy directly, but this language could preempt such protections. With that, I will close my statement and look forward to taking any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Want to thank you, Mr. Clark, and want to indeed thank all the witnesses on this second panel. Now we will begin the member questioning of the second panel witness. Each member will have 5 minutes to ask questions of panel two's witnesses. And I will start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Anderson, I want to express my appreciation for your membership's tireless work to keep the lights on across our nation since the early part of the 20th century, and for your being here today. My question to you is, how will the build out of transmission infrastructure benefit the hardworking members of your organization and the nation as a whole? And how can Congress support your membership in their work to expand transmission?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Chairman. The short answer is that all of those things, transmission build out, operation, maintenance, and the power generation assets that they support those are the things that actually create the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands really of jobs in our industry. This is what our members do all day, every day. They work on all of these energy systems, generating the power, transporting the power, building, operating, and maintaining all of the systems. That is the source of work for our membership. And as to how it benefits the country, I think it's been said several times here today that there's nothing more of a fundamental underpinning to the entire economy than electricity. There is nothing in modern society that can be done, frankly, without electricity. So in that respect, it's not just beneficial, it's absolutely necessary. What Congress can do to support this, to support our members, is 2 things. One, by when we're analyzing how the build out is going to happen, think about who is going to be doing the build out, by which I mean where you really find the union workforce in this space is with the regulated utilities. There's a union density in that sector of about 22%, which if they were a state, which would make them about the 2nd most union dense state in the United States, on a par with New York. Hawaii would be a little bit higher. The point being that to the extent that the regulated utilities are building, operating, and maintaining these systems, you have a built-in guarantee of getting those kind of high road family and community supporting jobs that we all are looking for. The second thing is that Congress can do all that it can to support these what I referred to earlier as labor management partnerships, or what I might call union apprenticeships. We have an apprenticeship program of our own that we developed with our utility employers that trains people to work on any number of systems, not just in electricity, but also gas and water. And those are not the sort of programs where you have to pay tuition or you finish it and then you hope you have a job. You have a job from the very first day that you start, and you don't pay tuition for that. You have a job, you are trained, and by the time you go through that program, you are literally one of the top technical experts in your field. So those 2 things, making sure that the utilities are integral to the build out as much as possible, and making union apprenticeship programs core to building the workforce.
Thank you. Mr. Gremlin, in your testimony, you expressed that building large-scale transmission networks to meet growing electricity demand and clean energy goals will bring well-paying domestic jobs and benefit U.S. global competitiveness. Will you please elaborate on this point?
Sure, thank you for the question. Chairman Rush, there are, as you just heard from Lee Anderson, great domestic jobs potential with large-scale transmission. The jobs are high-quality jobs. They're nearly all union jobs, and the domestic content of transmission is also very high. Starts pretty high. So the manufacturing jobs upstream are good and domestic. So I think transmission is a great way to not only get direct employment in transmission, but also it gives you access to the generation jobs.
Thank you so much. I only have 4 seconds. Ms. Kearney, what are the lesser known benefits will build out the electric transmission bring to our nation's community?
Several things: a more resilient system, a system in which people in different regions can rely on each other and save money on their electric bills, a reliable system, and one that really can deploy domestic energy resources. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. And that concludes my testimony. I now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Upson, for 5 minutes for questioning the witnesses.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, witnesses. This is a particularly timely hearing, that is for sure. I'm hoping that we are able to get a bipartisan infrastructure bill to the President before the August break begins. And one of the important elements that has been not only in the House side, but also in the Senate, is a nice sum of funds for transmission, not only to protect against weather-related, as we saw in Texas this last March, but also to protect against cyber attacks, as we saw with the Colonial Pipeline. And knowing that we may need to triple the size of transmission system by 2050, we better start on the right path. So, Mr. Gremlick, I really appreciated your words on not only your past, but today in terms of needs to be bipartisan. We have there's not a lot of more important issues than making sure that we deliver energy at the best price to the consumers across the country, whether it be for their home or for their workplace. Mr. Clark, you had quite the kudos from our colleague from North Dakota earlier. I don't know if you were here for those words, but Mr. Armstrong is going to be back. But given your experience at the state and federal level, what are some of the biggest challenges that you see to developing more transmission? And particularly, I want to go back to the EPACT 05, where we tried to give FERC the federal backstop siting authority, but that didn't work so well. And I'd like just if you could just walk us through that, what your experience was.
Sure, Ranking Member, you're correct. There are numerous hurdles to getting transmission sited. It is not easy to do. EPACT 05, I was, as I noted in my testimony, a little bit of an outlier probably among some of the state regulatory community in that I thought it made sense to have some sort of backstop siting authority when there was true reliability needs that might be put at harm and you just can't get a transmission line built. And so it was a fairly narrow compromise that I think came out of that. Subsequent court decisions in many ways have really neutered that backstop siting authority. And so there's sort of a reattempt, it looks like, in this legislation to enact federal siting authority. I would say this is much, much broader as proposed in this legislation. It broadens it out to include projects that might just be good for hooking up renewables, and it does so in a way that preempts states probably more aggressively than that original legislation did. I would say that one of the most helpful things that this committee and Congress can do would be to reform federal government permitting processes themselves, which is something you don't need to do without getting into backstop siting authority. Ask any state regulator in the western half of the U.S. for sure that has to do with federal lands issues, and they will tell you one of the biggest hurdles is simply trying to get permitted through federal land type issues. So I think there's significant things Congress can do itself, reforming the federal government's process with regard to permitting that would be incrementally helpful.
Mr. Gremlick, what's your reaction to that?
Well, I largely agree with Mr. Clark on that. The legislation before you fixes one of those court decisions, and that's the primary purpose. But I might also suggest that the committee consider, if you're going to go in and touch something that addresses difficult eminent domain issues, you might want to look at the whole construct of that EPACT 05 corridor designation at one agency and permit at another agency, where you have NEPA, a few years of NEPA at one place and a few more years of NEPA at another place, and just say, maybe let's keep it surgical and targeted. Maybe just say something over 1,000 megawatts that crosses multiple states is FERC jurisdictional to permit. Mr. Upton, you mentioned parity with gas pipelines. I mean, that gets closer to gas pipelines. We'd love to have parity with gas pipeline permitting on the electric side.
Well, I just know that as we look at more renewables, a number of us had dinner last night with former Secretary of Energy, and he talked about as we see renewables expand, I think most of us here support that. You're still going to need something for when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. In a large part now, with the decline of coal, it's got to be gas. We've got a new gas plant that's being built in my district, over $1 billion, a new facility that should be online in the next number of months. We had real issues on siting, just with Amtrak and making sure that right-of-ways and everything else that delayed it for some time. So I think we need to figure that out as we look to the future. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we'll yield back. And again, thanks for doing this hearing. Thank you, witnesses.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I thank the witnesses. Mr. Clark, thank you for your years of service. Mr. Grunlich, during the times of peak demand, California imports power from neighboring states that have large amounts of solar and wind energy. However, many of the merchant transmission lines that have been planned for the purpose of delivering renewable to California have been stalled while in development. And that's kind of a problem that we're talking about here today. What can you describe, what measures can we take to encourage more merchant transmission projects that won't be stalled out?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Congressman McNerney, and for your leadership on renewables and transmission over the years. I think the main problem with these large interstate lines, whether they are merchant or utility lines, is we don't have a way to recover costs of the interstate highway type lines in our system. All of you in your own districts have utilities that are able to recover in rates their investments for their local transmission and distribution systems. And that's how the electric industry grew up. But we don't have a way to recover costs of the large interstate highway type of lines. And those are the lines we need for resilience and for clean energy. So you have these merchant developers who are out there trying to provide this service, but there's no customers really. So I think my suggestion would be to look at, first of all, the tax credit, which is in the Ways and Means Committee for large regionally significant lines. And secondly, I would urge you to consider a bill that was in Senator Manchin's discussion draft called the Transmission Facilitation Program, where the government could essentially finance part of the line, and then over time, as transmission customers come on, they pay their taxpayers back.
Thank you. Good suggestions. Dr. Tierney, as a Californian, I'm very concerned about wildfires and the effects of extreme weather on the grid. In particular, overgrown vegetation near transmission line can cause fires to proliferate. Can non-wires alternatives, like those identified in Section 214 of the Clean Futures Act, reduce the need to deploy transmission lines in the areas that are prone to fires?
Thank you, Congressman. This is a great question. I do think that there are many circumstances under which non-wires alternatives could provide a solution, at least to avoid or delay a new transmission line. Looking at the wildfire region that's in your neighborhood, things like microgrids could be a way in which one could provide an alternative to reinforcing a transmission line, provide local support for community needs and so forth. And those microgrids could provide power in the event that lines had to be taken out of service for wildfires. So that's just an example. There are lots of other examples as well.
Thank you, Mr. Grumich. Again, one of the main challenges we face in bringing renewable energy from generation to load centers is clearly constructing those large backbone transmission centers. You discussed the importance of having proactive transmission planning that would reduce the costs and expedite the interconnection. How would you explain the transmission planning process that fails to connect new generation, and what policies should we be looking at to be more proactive?
Sure, thank you for the question. We need to simply plan transmission. We're really not doing it in most regions right now. Transmission quote-unquote planners are essentially waiting for each generator to come into the queue and responding to a generator by generator, when in fact they know, based on the utility goals, stated consumer preferences, state laws, that there's going to be X amount of generation of this type and at these locations. So all we need to do is proactively plan the transmission system to those areas. I know FERC is trying to do that, but the planning and interregional planning provisions in the Clean Future Act and Congressman Caston's interregional planning bill would help a great deal with that, and urge FERC to undertake a rulemaking to fix that and do the proactive planning that we need.
Yes, the gentleman is back. The gentleman's time is concluded. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. McMorris Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the witnesses being here today. In the Pacific Northwest, we have abundant, clean, reliable, affordable hydroelectric power. We enjoy some of the lowest electricity rates in the country. We even export our energy to California when it needs its power, and it seems like that's increasingly the case. You know, I get concerned about policies that would drive up rates on our manufacturers and on our families. And I don't know what the southeastern United States would do if policies were imposed on that region, which has high energy poverty rates. So, Mr. Clark, I wanted to ask if you would talk about the need to respect regional differences when it comes to electricity generation. How does this help ratepayers? And please explain to us why provisions in this legislation may harm people because of the regional differences.
Sure, Ranking Member, thank you for the question. I think when we talk about regional differences, the Pacific Northwest might be one of the best examples that we have in the country. As you indicate, the Pacific Northwest is, unlike just about any other region that I can think of, really anchored around that federal hydro system that exists up there, and especially around the Bonneville transmission lines that hook up so much of the Pacific Northwest. There are a lot of regional efforts that are going on in the Northwest, for example, where there are discussions amongst the states in the region about how to account for and make sure that resource adequacy is maintained. Resource adequacy is the idea that not only do you need to plan the transmission grid, but you need to ensure that there are available resources 24/7 under a variety of weather conditions and system operating conditions. So the Pacific Northwest has been neck deep in, as a region, in looking at those sort of efforts in a way that makes sense for that particular region. My concern would be if the federal government were to just come in and say, mandate, you have to have one particular type of market model, like an RTO or an ISO, which has traditionally not worked in the Pacific Northwest due to a lot of its the specific things about that region, that it could cause some of the really good efforts that are going on within the region to fall apart.
Right now, Bonneville Power Administration is considering joining the Western Energy Imbalance Market. And part of that is the benefit that then we would have the ability to sell our excess power to California. I wanted to just ask your thoughts on that, and if you would think it would be different if we were forced to join the California ISO.
Sure, Ranking Member, the EIM is a little bit different concept than the full RTO. EIMs have been becoming more and more popular across especially parts of the West. Basically, they allow utility systems to run their generators to meet their own system needs, but to the degree they have excess energy, which is often the case with renewables, during certain hours of the day, or maybe short a little bit during other hours of the day, they can trade energy across a platform that enhances the market. Some of my colleagues and I have been referring to that as an emergent market as opposed to a more prescribed one. An RTO, as I indicated, has, for a lot of reasons, had a very difficult time taking root in the Northwest. Some of the concerns from local officials is a lot of that locally generated, very affordable hydropower might then be exported to other parts of the country, and their rates might go up if that happens. So imposing an RTO from a top down, I think, becomes particularly problematic, especially in certain regions.
Well, I really appreciate you being with us today. I'm going to yield back.
Member yields back. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the Environmental Subcommittee, Mr. Tonko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Tierney, regarding proposals to address backstop authority, would you please expand on your views as to why FERC may be better suited than DOE to designate corridors for high priority lines?
Representative Tonko, thank you for that question. I really appreciate it. And I know I can answer this from the perspective of the 2 National Academy studies that I was part of, because in both studies, the committees recommended that FERC would have backstop siting authority as well as the authority to designate needed corridors. Now, the reason for that is FERC is a regulatory agency. It makes its decisions based on evidentiary records. It has a long-standing culture, a set of authorities, requirements, and provisions that are used to making very tough calls on robust records. And in our view, the committee members' view, enabling somebody like the Department of Energy to provide evidence about transmission plans, a variety of national needs and so forth, having FERC actually make decisions about the corridors and then step in to certify projects would address many of the siting hurdles that we know today. Let me leave it at that, but I'm happy to follow up with more if it's helpful.
It certainly would. So we welcome any additional info you wanted to exchange with the subcommittee. Mr. Gramlich, what's your perspective on DOE or FERC leading the designation of corridors for high priority lines?
Well, I certainly agree. Thank you for the question. I agree with Dr. Tierney about FERC's capabilities in that area, and I mentioned before the awkward 2-step double agency, double NEPA approach that we currently have, which is suboptimal from any perspective. FERC is equipped to do that, but you know, I would also just think about whether you even want to have the whole corridor designation process at all if you're going to go in and try to improve this provision. Maybe just establish a bright line and say what's for FERC and what's not.
Thank you. And interregional projects can play an important role in achieving a low-cost, clean energy transition. But today, RTOs do not have good processes in place to evaluate these types of projects. So, Mr. Gramlich, given today's processes for consideration of interregional projects, do RTOs planning tilt far toward considering and selecting regional over interregional projects?
Well, there's an unfortunate and probably unintended consequence of recent FERC orders or FERC orders going back the last decade, encouraging, they sort of make it easy for the local investments, and that's probably okay, given that a lot of the assets are 70 years old and do need to be replaced. But we're really not building any of the large regional or interregional transmission. It's just not coming out of the plans. So we need to plan for the future, as I said before, which seems simple, But I think Congress should encourage FERC to undertake a rulemaking to make sure that happens.
And could a FERC rulemaking provide the direction necessary to get RTOs to use similar methodologies?
Yes, I think it could. FERC's authority is quite strong in
and should-
transmission planning.
And I would ask also, should they analyze these projects, evaluate them to see what their merit is?
Yes, they should look at these regional and interregional opportunities, include the resilience value, because remember, a lot of these lines, Mr. Clark and I both commend the MISO multi-value projects in the Midwest. Those lines were justified based on west to east flow for renewables out of the region, but they kept the lights on during Winter Storm Uri in February by flowing the power the other direction, and that's what transmission does. It gives you options and it provides resilience once you get it built.
And Dr. Tierney, what else could FERC clarify to promote improved interregional planning?
Well, one of the reasons that I like the Clean Future Act as well as the Power On Act, actually all four of the acts, is that they do talk about resilience, environmental improvements, diversity of supply, in addition to just the dollars and cents associated with transmission investments and the reliability benefits. And having the direction from Congress that it is in the national interest to be looking at transmission to support this array of goals would help FERC make decisions with regard to planning, cost allocation, and other things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizing the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and again, thanks to our witnesses for being with us this afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. Commissioner Clark, if I could start my questions with you. You know, considering the cyber threats that are directed at our grid on a daily basis, what is your opinion on prioritizing the efforts to harden the grid against other cyber attacks over the long term? And how long is it going to take us to really make sure that we get the grid hardened?
Mr. Chairman and Congressman, cyber concerns are one of my top concerns. They were during the 4.5 years that I was on the commission, and I think most FERC commissioners and state commissioners that you talk to will probably tell you the same thing. And I don't know that we're ever going to feel like we're in a spot where cybersecurity is taken care of and we don't need to worry about it anymore. I just think it's going to be part of an evolving process that we have to stay on top of. I think the commission has done a lot to make the grid better, to make it more cyber secure. But as we've seen from recent attacks, there's still a lot of work to go. From a FERC standpoint, which is the area that I'm most familiar with, really what it's about is creating an ecosystem that makes it as difficult as possible so that from an operations standpoint, operators are doing the baseline of things, sort of the floor, in terms of trying to protect their networks. But there's a lot that has to happen on top of that. And it's a lot of work for the operators themselves because ultimately it's not government who runs those networks, it's those individual operators. They have to have the ones that have the access to the information, the ability to block and cyber attacks.
Well, let me just kind of go into that because, again, I know when I'm back in Ohio and going through different companies and also with our co-ops and everything, I tell you, when you look at what they're doing out there today, I mean, cyber is at the top of the list. Yep. So when you're thinking about what the federal government needs to be doing too, and I know you just said that you have to look at what the companies are doing or the providers are doing. You know, it's that interaction between the federal government and those companies out there that have to be doing this. Is there enough information being provided on an instant basis to make sure between the providers themselves and then also with the federal government to make sure that they can, withstand the attacks after cyber attacks happen to one?
It can always be improved. And one of the more promising type of efforts that I saw during my time at FERC was things like the fusion centers, local fusion centers where government was tracking and seeing what was happening on some of the networks in a broader context, but then they could provide a feedback loop to get that information quickly to the local utilities themselves so they can implement the sort of processes and patches that they need to protect the network. So that really is a big part of the key, is that feedback loop between what federal officials see as well as what the operators themselves are seeing, so that that they can protect those networks.
You know, also, you know, in reading your testimony, maybe you could just delve in a couple of these things. I think it's interesting, and you brought it up in your opening statement about the respecting regional differences and the bottom up, not top down. Would you want to get into, when you're, especially with our regional differences, when you talk about that, you know, one size doesn't fit all, and do we have a situation out there where the federal government is creating situations where we do have a situation where they want to have a, you know, one size fits all for everybody to try to fit into that box?
Congressman Ladd, I would say if you look at the most successful programs that have gotten, say, transmission built, for example, Mr. Gramlich talked about the MISO MVP suite of lines. The reason that happened was because it was built from the bottom up, and you had local, state, and utility buy-in into a plan that seemed to work for the entire region. I think what I would seek to avoid, or would urge you to avoid, in congressional legislation is you don't want the federal government to be picking out the lines where it thinks they should go, and then maybe connecting into regions and really undercutting some of the investments that may happen in local regions. For example, I mentioned the Pacific Northwest has a very unique profile in their grid. There are certain parts of the country that rely very heavily on nuclear plants. If you build a lot of lines with zero fuel cost resources and flood the market with zero fuel cost resources, uplift the cost of transmission in a region that has very large nuclear plants, that's very likely going to cause economic distress for those nuclear plants, and we can't afford to lose those resources in terms of trying to reduce carbon emissions. So it's a complicated network, and that's why it's so important that whatever's done nationally has to be leveraged and based on the decisions that are being made at the state and local level.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Ms. Schreier for 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes Ms. Matsui for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for appearing before us today. 2020 was a record-setting year of wildfires in California. Wildfires burned through nearly 4.5 million acres, making this the largest wildfire season in California's modern history. These fires ravaged through more than 4% of the state's land, and the threat of wildfires combined with historic heat waves caused rolling blackouts. For this reason, I introduced the Preventing Outages with Enhanced Resilience in Operations Nationwide Act of 2021, or as it's called, the POWER-ON Act of 2021, which is not to be confused with Mr. Peters' great legislation with the same acronym. This POWER-ON Act that I have is a bipartisan and bicameral bill to establish a new electric grid resilience grant program at DOE focused on grid hardening for extreme weather events. Mr. Gramlich, can the deployment of grid enhancing technologies, such as dynamic line ratings and advanced conductors, reduce the risk of wildfires posed by certain transmission lines?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. Yes, grid enhancing technologies, I'm so glad you asked about that. We've not covered it much here, but while we endeavor to expand transmission capacity, we really need to make sure that that consumers and people who care about the land that could be impacted are assured that we use grid enhancing technologies to deliver as much as we can over the existing network first. And then in addition to that, as you just indicated in your question, they can often help a great deal with reliability and resilience situations. In emergency conditions, often we re-rate transmission lines. That's one example of the type of thing we can do. We can actually push and pull power over different routes now with modern technology. So grid enhancing technologies are a great opportunity to do that.
Well, how about the use of advanced conductors, usually selected for high capacity and efficiency? Can they provide wildfire mitigation and resilience?
Yes, advanced conductors can reduce the sag, for example. They can be much more resilient than the standard transmission line. And sag is a problem because the lines can dip into vegetation and spark a fire. And so if you can reduce the sag with advanced transmission conductors, then you can reduce that risk.
Okay. Climate change poses a variety of threats to our communities. According to a report from the U.S. Global Change Research Program, climate change will cause a wide range of negative impacts on public health, including increased premature deaths and respiratory illnesses due to decreasing air quality, and increased heat-related deaths due to rising temperatures, among other disruptions. For this reason, I introduced the TREES Act, my bill to reduce energy bills through residential tree planting while combating heat islands, and co-lead the Climate Change Health Protection and Promotion Act with Representative Matt Cartwright. Dr. Tierney, in your testimony, you mentioned that transmission infrastructure enhancements and increased access to broader interstate electrical regions can help resiliency, reliability, and public health outcomes. Can you expand on the social benefits that transmission system investments will have, and how Congress can help maximize these outcomes?
Congresswoman, I love that question and I love your bill. I'm very aware of this heat island problem, and tree planting is very, very important. But more broadly, transmission can help on local public health issues where there are today highly polluting fossil generation, where there are frontline communities that are living very close to those very aged facilities. In some cases, they cannot be retired unless there is either a replacement there, potentially for local reliability issues, or transmission is built to widen the availability of access for that community to power, say, from renewables that are distant. So transmission can help enable avoidance of local pollution in very important ways. And I think that this is a really important issue that I hope people will consider.
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Lady, yields back the chair, now recognizing the gentleman, my friend from West Virginia, Mr. McKinley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, that's West by God, Virginia. So let me just continue on with this. I've really enjoyed this kind of political tainted conversation we've had about transmission lines, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I think there is an alternative that we don't have to face all the problems, because they're telling me we may have hundreds of thousands of miles of transmission lines we may have to put in as we make this transition. So I'd like to talk a little bit about how we might be able to use carbon capture as a way to keep our coal-fired fossil fuel fleet still available. And I want to use the illustration of land use when we make this conversion, this transition over to wind or solar. So this is to take one power plant in West Virginia. It's the Amos power plant is about 3,000 megawatts. Pretty good sized facility, but not the biggest in the country by any stretch, with 3,000 megawatts. Our consultants that we've been talking to for the last month and a half have indicated that we were gonna have to, if we have 2 megawatt wind turbines apiece, we'll have to have a total of 4,250 wind turbines to be able to service that 3,000 megawatt power plant. Now, because we have to also charge the batteries for the backup. So I understand, I'm not gonna argue over that, it's 4,250. So now if you use that, now the math comes in. If what we're hearing from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in their report has surveyed, they went back through and they looked at 172 large-scale power wind farms. And they came to the conclusion that you need to have about 2/10 of a square mile per windmill. So now do the math back again to what I just said, 4,250 at 2/10. That means I'm gonna have 850 square miles, 850 square miles of land committed to putting windmills on. 850 square miles. Now, what does that look like? That's 1.5 times larger than the entire city of Houston. It's for Chairman Pallone's district up in the 6th district in New Jersey. It's 4 times larger than his entire congressional district, just to put in windmills, wind turbines for one power plant in West Virginia. So I'm astounded with that, and I'm wondering, is this the best use? Because I think we heard earlier today, to get 850 square miles, I'm gonna have to have eminent domain. I'm gonna have to have a series of litigation that I'm gonna have to go through. So for us to get to 2030 or 2035 with renewables, I don't know how in the world we're gonna get to that if one power plant requires 850 square miles just to put in a wind farm. So I ask Mr. Clark, if I could just focus on you for a moment. Is that the best use of our land, or would it be better if we were to convert or use carbon capture and keep our power plants still, as we're going to eventually go to renewables? I understand that, but just maybe we don't need to do it so quickly until we can come up with another system. Could you react to that?
Congressman McKinley, the way I would put it is utility companies and generating companies build different resources for different reasons. And every resource has its place. So the future will have some mix of a number of different resources. And as you indicate, renewables, I believe, will be a big part of it. The question that you asked, which I think is exactly right, which is we still have to focus on ensuring that there is dispatchable resources on the system available to accommodate the amount of renewables that will be coming on. In a carbon-constrained world, which is generally where the arc of the generation fleet is moving, it means we have to really be serious about figuring out ways to have carbon-free, dispatchable resources. That includes things potentially like carbon capture and sequestration with existing plants, nuclear generation, so on and so
Mr.
forth.
Clark, if I could, do you think they're wrong? The National Renewable Energy Laboratory, 2/10 of a square mile per
Congressman,
wind
I don't know
turbine?
that I've seen that particular one, but the issue of energy density and the fact that it takes a lot more land use with renewables as compared to, say, a smaller footprint
I'm just running short of time, obviously. I just want people it's a reality check to realize what we're about to do here in pursuing, because if we can keep our coal-fired or fossil fuel-fired power plants, we're not going to need this. This transmission problem at least is mitigated. We're not going to need as much as we would have otherwise if we would go to 100% by 2030 or 2035. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I know I've gone over, but thank you. Yield back.
I recognize Ms. Schreier for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to our witnesses. I am very interested in how we can identify ways to better use our power marketing administrations to support the deployment of transmission, which I believe we need regardless of what energy portfolio we need, because we need redundancy and resiliency. Mr. Gramlich, in your testimony, you state regarding the facilitation of interregional transmission that another option is for greater use of the power marketing administrations, which have expertise in transmission planning, valuable local relationships, and authorities to permit transmission and partner with private investors. And it seems that if they could lead here, it could be a real win-win, facilitating the deployment of more renewables and hydroelectric energy while also continuing to improve grid reliability and redundancy in the Pacific Northwest. And I was wondering if you could just expand a bit on your statement.
Sure, thank you for the question. Yes, power marketing administrations play a key role in transmission. They can, with their loan authority, they can go ahead and develop and build some transmission. They can expand the seams capacity between the eastern and western interconnections. That would be WAPA. And they also, as you mentioned, can use the authority in Section 1221 of EPACT 2005 which allows the PMAs to partner with private investors and private capital to build transmission, and the PMAs in that case bring a lot of expertise, local relationships, and permitting authority to get transmission built, and that can be utilized in the parts of the country where the PMAs exist, which is a little over half the country.
And that's what we have in Washington State. So that's really interesting to hear about the partnership between the two. I know that in your testimony, you talked about kind of a transmission facilitation program in which the Department of Energy reserves up to half the capacity of a new transmission line and then sells that capacity to other users. Is that the kind of relationship with private industry that you're referring to?
That's another example. It's sort of a loan program, and it appeared in public, I think, in the first time about a week ago in Senator Manchin's discussion draft, and commend that provision.
And would that benefit a state like Washington, where a federal power marketing administration is responsible for a significant part of the transmission system?
Yes, I think it would be apply in the Northwest. You might check with Senator Cantwell's office. I think she's very interested in that type of provision.
Fantastic. I will follow up, and I thank you for your comments and yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The chair now recognizes Mr. Johnson of Ohio for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've covered a lot of ground today with several sections on transmission, but I'm going to focus on a couple of them that are particularly concerning. First is Section 220, establishing something called a federal, quote, right to clean energy. Now that's interesting. Mr. Chairman, I don't know about anyone else's district, but I can assure you that in eastern and southeastern Ohio, where I live and represent, the people are not pounding down my door demanding their right to clean energy. What they really want for their families is affordable, reliable energy. That's my main concern, and it should be the main concern of this committee. Anything else is an intentional failure to grasp the reality of what the American people face every day. Ironically, even individuals or businesses who would actually like to pay higher prices for their so-called clean energy still need a backup for intermittent renewables, for when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. What is that backup? You guessed it, cheap, reliable, and affordable natural gas and coal, paid for by everyone else. So, Mr. Clark, in your experience as a state utility regulator, your first priority was delivering electricity on demand at the best price. Can you explain to us why this, quote, right to clean energy, why that section, coupled with federal preemption of state or regional rules, would not be the right approach if the goal is to provide the best, most affordable, most reliable electric service to the American people?
Congressman, sure. I suspect that the provision is being supported especially by large corporate energy buyers who might like to directly procure energy outside of the existing regulated relationship that they might have in the areas in which they do business. And by establishing a quote-unquote federal right to clean energy to purchase it from anywhere, it would allow them to do so, sometimes to meet, I suppose, their corporate sustainability goals, number one, but also to get preferential rates that they can get because they're very large energy buyers. The problem with that sort of system is it can leave other system costs to balance and maintain 24/7 reliability existing with the remaining customers on the system, and then they have to pick up the tab for that. State regulators that you mentioned typically have processes to ensure that when a large buyer wishes to get direct special access to a resource, that they do it as part of some sort of proceeding in front of a state commission. The state commission can then balance interests and make sure that average customers are held harmless so that the sort of little guy, the residential customer, the small business customer doesn't end up subsidizing those choices for the large customer who wishes to leave the system. I would be concerned that a federal establishment of a right could undermine those protections that exist at the state level to make sure that that cost shifting does not
Okay,
happen.
all right. You also outlined, Mr. Clark, some concerns with Section 211, citing regional differences in choosing what investments make sense for certain areas. And you make the case that we should pursue cleaner energy sources as free market innovation facilitates it rather than a mandated one-size-fits-all approach. In past hearings, I've cautioned about not wanting to lock in to certain technologies when down the road, technological breakthroughs, perhaps with hydrogen or advanced nuclear, might render them obsolete. This pertains to wind, solar, and their thousands of miles of new transmission lines in particular. When you consider the millions of tons of glass, concrete, steel, land, and rare earth metals that we depend on communist China for, among other materials, it's staggering. We certainly should think twice about whether this is wide stewardship of taxpayer dollars, not to mention preserving the American landscape, which all of these wind and solar farms would blight. So, Mr. Clark, this legislation, in unprecedented fashion, mandates preferential treatment for current renewable technologies. Once again, it's Congress trying to pick winners and losers. Can you talk about the unintended consequences of this approach, especially when forced on the entire country?
So, Congressman, as I indicated before, I think every resource does have its place. And in my home state and region of the Midwest, for example, wind has been traditionally a fairly popular option, and there have been transmission lines built to accommodate that. That doesn't mean it's necessarily the right answer everywhere. I know there are large parts of the country, especially in the Southeast, that have depended on nuclear power. And that may be sort of local nuclear generation may be a better way for them to meet carbon reduction goals than importing wind, say, from several thousand miles away. So that's why I say it really has to be built from the bottom up based on those plans that are made at the local level in order for these decisions to have some sustainability.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Castro, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Gramlich, you note in your testimony that there are hundreds of gigawatts of proposed power projects stuck in these interconnection queues. My bill, 4027, the Efficient Grid Interconnection Act, would direct FERC to use a beneficiary pays principle to cover the network upgrade costs. Talk to us about this and how you see it helping consumers save money eventually on their electric bills.
Sure. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the bill. I think it's a great bill, and what it does is it makes sure that it's not just the next car on the highway that has to pay for the whole lane expansion that everybody else in the future is going to use. That's what's happening with our transmission system right now. We're essentially trying to plan a transmission system through the interconnection process, and it's a sequential process, so these generators kind of pile up in line in the queue, and the next one that sort of is the next straw that breaks the camel's upgrade that's needed, and then they have to pay for it. When in fact, once it's built, it's by definition a shared network. It's used by everybody, and so what your bill does is that it makes sure that all the users of the system will pay their share. It doesn't prescribe, your bill doesn't prescribe exactly who pays how much. FERC would have to do that, but at least it takes this most egregious option off the table.
Dr. Tierney, what do you think about this bill and how we want to reduce congestion, break up this traffic jam?
Well, I would agree with everything, Congresswoman, that Rob Gramlich just said. One of the problems here is this chicken and egg problem and the fact that the first party in has to pay so much of the cost, and then it's a staggering impediment to actually going forward with investment. So spreading these costs around amongst a broad group of beneficiaries, as your bill would do, would really help make sure that a suite of projects can come forward economically.
And do you see?
And that's good for consumers.
Yeah. So is that a good? Is that good for businesses and families alike?
Absolutely. I apologize for stepping on your toes there. Yes, that will help reduce bills for consumers very broadly.
Mr. Anderson, so if we can break up these interconnection roadblocks, boy, that could really create a lot of jobs. Will we have the workforce that we need among our utility workers to connect up these power projects to the grid?
Thank you very much for that question. And just in case it's not immediately obvious, you've put your finger right on what our perspective there is. We don't have particularly strong opinions about the cost sharing issues such as the other witnesses do. What we do have a strong opinion about is who's going to build these projects, who's going to operate them and maintain them over time. And naturally, we want those jobs to be as good as possible. Do we have the workforce now? We have the start on the workforce, but when we're talking about the scale of build out that we're discussing at this hearing today, we will need a much larger workforce, which goes back to my earlier response to the chair, which was that we have to build out our training programs much more robustly than they exist now, because the scale of the job requires a much larger, scaled up workforce.
And Mr. Clark, do you see, I mean, these are projects all over the country, but from your experience, this would be a boon to Middle America especially, but talk to me about where we could see these jobs.
Sure. With regard to jobs, of course, wherever the projects are built, that's where the jobs will follow, and we've certainly seen that with certain transmission projects and things like that in my home region. With regard to the interconnection queues, this is an issue that, when I think back, I mean, this was probably an issue in 2005 and 6 when I was on a state commission. It was an issue while I was at FERC, and it's been an issue since then. So it is a logjam. I do have some concerns with regard to the suggestion that if we just spread the costs around large enough, that will break up the interconnection queue itself. The reason for that concern is it may just encourage more developers to then clog the queue, which on one hand is sort of nice to see more development happening. On the other hand, it attracts that much more interconnections into the queue. So
we're all for competition, aren't we?
Yeah, I wish there was a silver bullet to the interconnection problem, but we haven't come up with one yet at the regulatory level. It's tough because you do have to do the engineering studies, of course, to make sure that everyone can interconnect equitably in a way that doesn't harm the reliability of the system.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Lady used back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Musson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the first panel, I mentioned a couple of ongoing challenges to infrastructure development, including probably new transmission lines, lawsuits related to eminent domain issues, and environmental activists who sue over basically anything. So, Mr. Clark, what do you see as the biggest challenges when it comes to building out transmission infrastructure, particularly the stuff that's discussed in the bill in this bill, where we would build out charging stations across the country? What's the biggest challenges that we face to actually completing a timeline that is described in this bill?
Congressman, I think that probably permitting challenges are the largest challenge that we have across the country, and I do have concerns that simply shifting the responsibility for siting lines to the federal government doesn't really solve that problem. In fact, in some ways, it may
probably will make it worse, right?
In some ways, it could. If you set up a system where there had to be programmatic EISs and the federal government itself was planning transmission corridors and lines, you will invite a significant amount of opposition to those projects. And as my friend Congressman Armstrong pointed out earlier, all of the folks who have been watching what's been happening in the pipeline permitting program and finding out new legal ways to block those lines have been sharpening their pencils, and those legal strategies will be used against electric transmission lines as well.
Yeah, for example, the Supreme Court ruled today against the state of New Jersey blocking a pipeline based on eminent domain across
state property, but that doesn't, it's a pipeline going up the East Coast, our chairman's home state, but that doesn't fix the problem there. So there's going to be ongoing lawsuits in addition to no matter what we do. I would agree that, in my experience, taking jurisdiction away from states and giving it to the federal government makes things dramatically worse. I think that's been proven over and over. So basically, do you feel like the goals of 2035 and 2050 realistically be met when the legislation doesn't address what you said, the permitting process? I mean, all of us on this committee want to address carbon emissions. I think most of us support, at least I'll speak for myself, I support an all of the above energy approach. But that said, how can we have a timeline this tight, 14 years from now, if we don't address the permitting process? I mean, and I think Mr. Armstrong mentioned in some infrastructure of a highway in his state, and he mentioned maybe 6 or 7 federal agencies that had jurisdiction that had to go through that process. And every one of them, if something's different between your permit over here and over here, they get sued. So if we don't address that process and streamline that at the federal level, and then we take control of the federal level, how can we meet these timelines? Is there any possible way?
Congressman, to your question, even under the best of circumstances, today, it's 2021, 2035 goal. In the utility business, 14 years is basically tomorrow.
There you go.
To meet extraordinarily aggressive goals on that sort of timeline, considering that there would have to be a tremendous build-out of infrastructure that already is very difficult to get built in and of itself. And we heard testimony today, and we've heard it elsewhere. If you're a major transmission project crossing federal land, 15 years might be an optimistic scenario to get one line built, let alone talking about an entire grid transformation.
Yeah. So we've seen difficulties maintaining our existing transmission lines in California, obviously. You know, we have wildfire situations out there a lot, and some of that's related to, honestly, I think the environmental community not allowing us to clear trees and other things away from transmission lines. That's local and federal, but mostly, I think, California issues. Does this legislation address that kind of thing?
Congressman, I have to admit, I haven't read the whole almost 1,000-page bill, and
Yeah,
focused more on
neither
those
have I.
that I'm testifying on. But I think under any scenario, the point that you're getting at is a good one, which is that the grid transformation, which I think the arc of is very clear. I mean, we are moving towards a less carbon-intensive grid.
And I agree with that, I think, as everyone does.
Getting there is tough. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah. I yield back, thank you for those answers. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Marathon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panel for joining us today. Mr. Gramlich, will building a national grid help our country retire fossil fuel plants more quickly?
Well, I think we need a large investment in interregional transmission under any scenario for resilience. Certainly, it's the case sometimes when plants retire, as Dr. Tierney mentioned, that there are sometimes plants that are right next to disadvantaged communities that have the local emissions, and you need transmission to replace those and clean up the air. So, in that respect, yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, you do think it's going to help us retire them more quickly, or you don't?
Well, transmission is critical to cleaning up the grid, no question. Cleaning up the grid and for system resilience.
Okay. Dr. Tierney, on average, will the clean energy sources, a national grid, hang on a quick second. My note is, I think I have when I drafted this, a little typo here. I think I'm just gonna ask Mr. Anderson my next question, and I'll come back to that. Mr. Anderson, how can we target grid investments so the jobs they create can benefit workers in communities of color?
That's a great question. I think it goes back to a couple of points that I made earlier, which is, well, it's tied up with all of the points we've made earlier today. Targeting the investment in a way that allows the regulated utilities to be a part of this is what will really benefit the workforce, because that's where the unionized workforce really is. So, and that goes to the point that's been made several times today about projects first having local, state, and utility buy-in, as opposed to being a top-down federal approach. A happy byproduct of doing that bottom-up approach is that you're organically including the unionized workforce in doing that. To your second question about the community, it's really, I think, about, I'll say, revenue flow. And the reason I say that is because even if you locate a brand new generation asset of any type, say it's a utility scale solar farm, another thing that's been said today is that nobody really likes utility projects, no matter what they are. And the reason is because nobody likes to look at them, frankly, and it doesn't matter really what it is. So the way that you benefit the community is you cite these assets for engineering reasons or where the resource is, and then think about where the revenue from that generation asset flows and identify the community that needs that benefit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anderson, I was going to stay and follow up with you on that. Like any other work, green jobs aren't guaranteed to be good jobs. As Congress looks to invest in the grid, what labor standards should we be requiring of any companies that receive investment tax credits or other federal funds?
Thank you for that question. That's very important. I think the first top line thing that Congress could do, frankly, is some fundamental reform of federal labor law, by which I mean passing the PRO Act and having that signed into law. Federal labor law at this point is degraded to a point where it's very difficult to use. I will say that. But the second point there on labor standards, particularly when it comes to things like Buy America and procurement standards, is also very critical to say, if you're going to get the bid on this project, then these are the labor standards that you have to meet. Now, you can't actually mandate union labor, I understand that, but you can build out a set of labor standards in such a way that that's probably where it's going to come from, because that's where the really good jobs are, is in that unionized workforce.
Great, well, thank you. Dr. Tierney, I'll have to follow up with you on my own. It's a question about whether, this clean energy, having a national grid is gonna make it cheaper for the ratepayers compared to what they're currently paying. I don't know if you want to comment on that in my last 20 seconds at all. I'm happy to yield you that 20 seconds, or we can chat offline.
Well, just one thing I can say is that what transmission can provide is the ability for the grid operator to reach out to more economical supplies. So yes, there could clearly be benefits to consumers, but I would be happy to answer that more fully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for the mix-up. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Generator yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Rayburn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panel for being here to take our questions and respond today. Mr. Clark, in your testimony discussed respecting regional differences. I appreciate that. You said there's no one size fits all when it comes to generating and transmitting electricity in the United States, and that different market structures have developed based on characteristics of each region. Makes sense to me. The point hits home very clearly in the state of Michigan. Our energy system is unique in that the utilities own and operate generation assets and the distribution system, while an independent company owns and operates the transmission system. This structure creates some challenges for us since the State Public Utility Commission oversees generation, but our transmission lines fall under FERC. All that to say, to point out that every state, every region is unique and have unique challenges specific to them. As opposed to only investing in new transmission lines, some states might prefer non-transmission alternatives that achieve the same result in terms of reducing emissions. For instance, Michigan is one of the top 3 states that stand to benefit the most from deploying carbon capture technologies at existing steel and cement industrial facilities, both in terms of reducing emissions and adding economic benefit, like creating thousands of new good-paying jobs. And so, Mr. Clark, can you speak to the potential harm that a top-down, one-size-fits-all approach to building out massive amounts of new transmission might cause to a state like Michigan?
Congressman Wahlberg, thank you for the question. I think what you had mentioned in your question about some of the things that are going on, it sounds like at the sort of the distribution side and at the retail side is a good case in point. And why I say that it really has to take place from the bottom up and not the top down. So many of the non-transmission alternatives, things that might include demand response or energy efficiency programs, other things that take place on a customer premises, are things that by definition under federal law, because of the line that's drawn in the Federal Power Act itself, are retail activities and therefore subject to state jurisdiction. So states have the most experience in that, and they, in overseeing their utility companies, will build a resource base and make decisions and balance interests based on how to best serve those customers from the bottom up. If the federal government doesn't take that into account, and we're empowered to, as I suggested, just simply draw lines that may hook up what looks like a renewable-rich area here to a load center here, it could actually disrupt a lot of those investments that take place in the region. Whereas, if the planning takes place from the bottom up, then that sort of transmission line might be supported by a broad region because it's supporting the individual choices that those states are making.
You have a great deal of experience dealing with the thorny issues related to allocating costs for interstate transmission projects. You state in your testimony that, and I quote, "transmission and generation projects exist to support customers." Again, going from the bottom up, as you've said, customers don't exist to support transmission and generation projects. Do you believe we should more carefully examine how this proposed massive transmission build-out, purported to be about $100 billion, will affect consumer cost? A utility in my state has suggested that if this were to take place, it would cost the ratepayer a 20% increase. Would you recommend doing so state by state or region by region?
So cost allocation is one of the most difficult challenges that FERC deals with, and it's because beneficiaries can change over time over the grid, and they're often very contested cases. In that suite of MISO lines that we had talked about earlier, Michigan was actually a state that I think it was Michigan and Illinois had sued in federal court over those cost allocation decisions. So these are big dollar values. I actually think FERC has a lot of tools to be able to come up with smart cost allocation decisions under current law. So I might be a little bit concerned about broadening federal law in ways that upset that precedent that's been established to this point.
Yeah. Well, I would as well, especially when we think about the cost of a mandate to the consumers and the impact that would be unique in each unique region of this country. So I appreciate your comments, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer of Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier in this panel, one of my colleagues said that these transmission lines and renewable would be competitive, that cost would come down. But Mr. Clark, that would only be, that statement can only be made in the context of the massive amount of federal subsidies that go to solar and wind. I've got a report here, it came out in April of this year that shows the subsidies for wind at almost $34 billion and the subsidies for solar at almost $27 billion. that's almost 3 times the combined subsidies for expensing of exploration costs for oil and natural gas and for the depletion allowance for oil and natural gas. Given that the taxpayers are basically having to foot the bill for this, that's not exactly a reduction in cost, is it?
So, Congressman, I mean, there have been a number of studies recently that would indicate that even without the subsidies, a lot of renewables are becoming competitive, which would seem to indicate that perhaps you don't need the subsidies to continue to promote the renewables. I think originally those subsidies were intended as sort of a jumpstart to that industry, and there was an expectation that most of those would be phased out, but they have been extended several times. They can have distortive impacts on the market. It's something that Congress will want to be aware of. But as I indicated earlier, utilities will build resources for different reasons. Renewables can be a very competitive option when it comes to
Let
things
me just point out, having worked for a couple of engineering companies, that a lot of the cost of this will be in the form of stranded costs, and it's going to be enormously expensive to completely replace the power grid. I mean, we're talking trillions of dollars to have one uniform grid. And that cost is going to be borne either by the taxpayer or the ratepayer or both. It'll be borne by the people who are doing manufacturing or operating businesses. As I point out to people, businesses don't pay regulatory costs, they don't pay taxes, consumers do. So any way you look at it, in the long term, this is going to be extremely expensive, as was the current grid, because they're still paying for the stranded costs. I also want to raise another issue that several of my colleagues have raised that I'm not sure that my Democrat colleagues have adequately addressed, and that is the issue of the power of eminent domain. Section 216 of the Federal Power Act authorizes the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to issue a federal permit that preempts state limits and grant permit holders eminent domain authority. Is it possible that the permit holder could be a private company?
Oh, yes, Congressman.
So we would be granting a private company eminent domain authority over property owners.
That's correct. It would greatly expand what's now an unused federal backstop authority into what, in my testimony, I call really just federal siting authority.
Well, that is very disturbing to me. And I pointed out on the earlier panel the number of states that have fought the expansion of these transmission lines over state property, over private property. One of my colleagues on the Republican side quoted the chairman of this committee, Frank Pallone, and his arguments against a pipeline being forced, a construction of pipeline being forced on his home state of New Jersey. I respect the chairman's position on that. He's absolutely right to defend his state's property rights, both the state property and the private property owners. You know, I find it striking that the federal government has declared certain species endangered, like the lesser prairie chicken that they're about to put on the endangered species list that will impact what's going on in the Permian Basin. But, and I don't want to make light of this, but it's almost as though they give more power, more rights to the lesser prairie chicken than they do a homeowner or a farm owner, a ranch owner, or a municipality. And that's disturbing to me. So I hope that as we go forward, Mr. Gramlich and others on this panel, that you realize that you're trampling on constitutional rights. And there's nothing in our Constitution that I think people hold as dear as they do their right to private property. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clark, I have several questions for you. The first is, would you say it's safe to say that if there's a mandatory provision that utility companies have to be part of an RTO or ISO, as is stated in the Democrats' bill, that Arizona would probably be brought into the California ISO?
So there are not a lot of other ISOs operating in the West. The only one that is near Arizona right now is Cal ISO. So it could be a likely candidate if it was mandated upon Arizona.
And so what would happen in your estimation if Arizona is brought into the California ISO under that authority? My understanding is the governor of California appoints the board members to the California ISO. So would that mean basically that Arizona would be governed by the governor of California?
One of the hurdles to developing an ISO in the West, quite candidly, has been that governance structure of the Cal ISO, because it is appointed by the governor of California. California is such a large state in comparison to others in the West, and it has very aggressive energy policies. It has traditionally been a concern of other Western states that they don't wish to come into an ISO that has that level of sort of a political thumbprint on it. So that is a big concern for leaders across the West, yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Clark, would you say, will forcing Western utilities into RTOs result in more renewable energy on the grid?
I don't believe necessarily that's the case. I think there are, and part of the reason I say that is ISOs in and of themselves were not designed to choose a particular resource. They were designed to operate around setting price as the mechanism that determines, say, when transmission gets built or what resources come online, what resources are dispatched. So RTOs aren't specifically designed to be transmission and green energy building machines. I think there may be ways for the West or for other regions to achieve significant carbon reductions and to build out in renewables, but in a planned way. One of the ways that the utilities in the West have been doing that is through membership in what we had heard about earlier, the EIM, Energy Imbalance Market, where they maintain their fleet of generation to serve their customers, but then they have a platform that rests on top of that state-regulated activity that allows them to trade more energy across a broader region.
Thank you. And you talked about this before, but in Section 220 of the Democrats' bill, it says it disallows state interference in a customer's right to purchase clean electricity in interstate commerce. And I believe your concern, and my concern as well, is that big electric buyers like data centers or Google, Amazon, would then be able to do that, and the fixed costs of the utilities would then be spread to the residential customers, thus increasing their cost. Is that, am I accurate on that?
Congresswoman, that would be my concern, and that's why typically states have processes for when, for example, a large buyer wishes to directly procure their energy from some other resource, that there's a mechanism that they will go through to ensure that other customers are held harmless. I worry about putting a quote-unquote right to clean energy mandate in federal law that may preempt a lot of those consumer protection standards.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And my last question is also in Section 220. It basically says FERC can charge carbon taxes on people. Is that your understanding? And would the utility rates rise for consumers in that case?
So as I read that section, yes, it would allow a pathway to make it clear, explicitly clear, that it's legal for FERC to start a process by which it would price carbon into, if the bill is passed as it is, now mandatory RTOs, which would establish effectively a nationwide price on carbon that will have the effect of raising consumer rates almost by definition, because it's changing the dispatch stack from what would normally run to resources based on an environmental dispatch.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for your testimony, and you, sir, as well, and Ms. Anderson, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pitts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Rush and Ranking Member Upton, and thank you to the panel for coming here today. Mr. Gramlich, I just got here at the end. I kind of feel sorry for you. Nobody's asking any questions, and I'm not going to either. Sorry. You know, the rapid rush to green envisioned by the Clean Future Act would outpace current technologies and move beyond the logistical reality of permitting large-scale infrastructure projects. The Princeton report on transmission that has been referenced here today suggests a 31% increase in national capacity by 2025, 3.5 years away from right now. We know that from design to completion, these types of infrastructure projects can take over 10 years and sometimes even longer. To be clear, I support efforts to modernize our grid and to reduce our emissions. Hoosiers in Southeast Indiana will benefit from transmission technologies that make more efficient use of energy supplies. It's important to note that stakeholders in Indiana and cross country are already investing in transmission projects to make this a reality. Instead of a top-down approach that many of us have talked about today, we should encourage the private investment that is already occurring by lowering barriers to continued innovation. Take the Indiana Municipal Power Agency, for example. IMPA has worked with their members to responsibly integrate 100 gigawatts of renewable energy into the grid, all without sacrificing reliability or affordability. And you spooked me with the FERC carbon tax, Mr. Clark. Unfortunately, that is not how Clean Future Act views its transition. Starting with the timeline set out under the Clean Energy Standards and tied together with the National Policy on Transmission, utilities and public power agencies will be forced into cost-prohibitive investments that may or may not fit local needs of their ratepayers. Further, this bill will put all ratepayers on the hook for expanded electrical vehicle network envisioned by my colleagues, which doesn't really fit my rural area. Who will pay for the transmission needed to obtain and distribute dispatchable energy for electric vehicle charging equipment? This bill will spread the cost amongst all ratepayers, not just EV drivers, to subsidize retail infrastructure. And I mentioned earlier in the first panel, I know a lot about retail infrastructure. I've dealt with some folks in Europe about their implementation of putting charging stations in, and it's not just a transmission to the site that's very, very costly. In some cases, it costs $1 million to be able to distribute it at the site. Commissioner Clark, and again, sorry, Mr. Grimlich, across the country, leading utilities and public power agencies are already investing in transmission upgrades to provide more efficient energy distribution and to integrate more renewables into the grid. But provisions in the Clean Future Act disregard the regional expertise of our local authorities and stakeholders. What do you envision happening to local utilities, privately owned, municipally owned, in my district that would be forced to integrate renewables into the grid before they are able to sufficiently maintain supply in a cost-effective manner?
Congressman, thank you for the question. I think it really does, not to sound a bit like a broken record here today, but it does emphasize the importance of the bottom-up planning. And if you can do that, there are certainly lots of situations in which the local utilities will see that there may be a need for a transmission line, maybe fairly large regional or interregional lines, but it has to be based from a bottom-up analysis of what they need and not a presumption that there's one particular way that their customers should be served. If that happens, then yes, it does have the potential of undercutting investments that they may have made locally that might then compete with lines that are brought in and against resources that are brought in that have a comparative advantage because of the perhaps socialized nature of the cost allocation.
I like that, socialized nature of the cost. But, well, thank you all for being here today, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back, and that concludes the witness questioning. And I would like to thank our witnesses for their participation into today's hearing. And I must add that your testimony, your answer to some very tough questions was nothing less than remarkable and very, very informative. And I want to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record to be answered by the witnesses who have appeared. I ask each witness to respond promptly to any such questions that you may receive. Before we adjourn, I request unanimous consent to enter the following letters, documents into the record. June 28, 21 letter from the Industrial Energy Consumers of America on the Clean Future Act and electric transmission. A June 21 letter, a June 21 report from the Americans for a Clean Energy Grid. A June 24, 2021 letter from the R Street Institute on the electric transmission reform. A June 20, 21 white paper from Scott Madden Management Consultant on development transmission in the United States. A June 25th, 2021 letter from the trade organization America's Power on Power-Free Electricity by 2035. And lastly, Table 1 from a CRS report on nuclear energy about commercial reactor shutdown. Without objection, so ordered. That said, at this time, again, thank you, you very special witnesses, and the subcommittee now stands adjourned.